good.
Check my book.
No.
Just deep sleep.
I know.
And she needs to pop.
Yes. If not, it's not screaming.
Oh my god. Like when you sleep, I don't know. When I sleep, yeah. I feel like
This should be my baby.
the way they twist. Mm-hmm. 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 Are you drawing me right now?
Yeah, this is what Jenny's pretty girl. Come on, baby, get it out. Make it out.
She's sleeping good. She voiced out like, "Why are you putting the clothes like that?" She hasn't bobbed. Right? She needs to bob.
Come on, girl.
So that she will not throw up. I think she's more interested in the sleep.
I know. That's why I try to at least keep her sitting up. So she won't spit up. And she'll burp. So when the baby spits up, it's because they don't burp good enough, or
Is when they split up? Yes. You also allow them to bob like 2 times sometimes. And my sister in Africa, I don't even know that not allowing baby is so dangerous like that. She did not allow her baby to bob very well, and then she put the baby down, so the baby now split. I don't know how to say it. Split to the nose, so they have to go to the hospital and give the baby oxygen and all that. All because of the baby doesn't bob.
because it's just like the gas just comes back up, right?
Yeah. She has open her eyes.
Wait a minute.
Wow. She loves to sleep.
Oh no. I feel like I'm patting her to sleep. Yeah, that's why I find myself just holding her after I feed her, because she don't like to burp immediately.
Oh, she doesn't like to bob immediately?
Not all the time. No.
Yeah.
But other time, like if she falls asleep like she did.
And now some men will be like, what does women bring to the table? Now it will be like 1 hour now to feed her, and then you have to feed her every 2 hours before she Before she finish, she will take 30 minutes plus to heat, 30 minutes to boil.
Like, oh my goodness. By the time she burps, stop on eat cat.
Mhm.
Queenie.
She's answering. The way she told her, like, okay, I'm answering, but I still feel like sleeping.
Queenie. You burp for mommy. Come on. Come on.
When they do their eyes covered.
Like they just so such in a deep sleep.
Like I can hear you. I'm listening.
But I'm sleepy. What? You gonna burp on mommy? You so relaxed. There you go, baby. There you go, baby. Good job.
She's awake. Your mom scares you.
Good job, baby. You can go with this one. You can go with this one.
Wow. Takes so much time. She's a good baby.
I told you. She's way easier than my first baby. My first baby cried so much. She would just be crying for nothing sometimes. Just wanted to be held or I don't know. Yeah, they say the first one's always the complete opposite of your second baby.
Yes, my kids too. They are more than opposites.
But they get along good, get along so well though.
Yeah, of course.
Which is
Even
good.
though they fight too.
Right, yeah,
They
yeah.
fight 10 minutes, they play 20 minutes. Sometimes I don't even put my mouth in their fights outside. They settle it.
Right, because I don't know, put me in the middle. No, that's right.
This is your third baby, right?
No, it's my second baby.
Oh,
Second
second.
baby, yes.
Ah.
Yes. The dad wants a third.
I want third too.
Yes, he wants a third.
But enjoy that.
Yes, I'm I'm trying to enjoy these two.
Yeah, because when you get pregnant again, you will not have you. I don't know. Maybe it's because it's me. When I'm pregnant, I don't want anybody near me. It's so many symptoms for me.
Yeah, no, that's understandable.
Hmm?
I just wanted to lay in my bed and watch TV
Yes.
and just
No disturb.
sleep.
Sleep
Yes.
and quiet.
Yes, yes, yes.
I don't want anybody touching me. I don't want anybody hugging me. Everything just irritates me when I'm pregnant.
Oh yes, same. Oh my goodness.
It's different from everybody. For me.
That was very moody. Very moody, very moody.
Mm-hmm.
When she pokes her lips out like that and like be sucking, I be thinking she be dreaming about milk.
When you do,
Like when she like
Oh,
like that. I be thinking she dream about me.
yeah, they. The only thing they think about now is sleep, eat. This is the best life.
Right. Okay. They got no responsibilities. Ain't gotta get up, go to work.
I'm gonna tell anybody tell you don't do this. What you want, we give you.
Ain't gotta change your diaper. Ain't gotta change your clothes.
You're gonna command every mom and daddy around. That's the best life.
Yes, and I think my husband said he wanted another kid because she's so calm. You know, she's the complete opposite of our first baby. So he was like, he probably wants a baby to kind of match my first baby's energy. You know, as far as just like how she is as a person, I guess, or as a kid. Cause she's Queenie, she's so calm and like cool and relaxed. She's the easy baby, and
Every kid is different.
yes, and I'm like, how you know the third baby's gonna be like, our first baby. How you know she won't be just like Queenie or worse than our first baby? Like you don't know. But I think that's what he wanted. He wanted someone to kind of like boss my first baby around because she has a very strong personality and she is very bossy and like I don't know. She's me. I feel.
She's a girl, right?
Yes.
Girls are always like that,
Yeah.
especially first child.
Oh yeah.
Even my friend yesterday was reporting it to her. That she will be buzzing her dad around. That is so annoying. That if she and her dad now had it, she'll be like, "Mommy, Daddy, don't mind mommy. Don't mind my mommy."
Aww.
She was like, so I'm the wicked one. She'll tell her dad, "Oh yeah, call my teacher."
Call my teacher.
She'll tell her dad to call her teacher. If the dad doesn't call her teacher, he will not be at peace.
Aww. Yes.
First girl child always like that. They believe after the parents they are the next in commander in chief.
Right.
And then because they are even daughters, they have one key they use to control their dad. So they have that power that okay, I can be in charge.
Yeah.
Because the relationship between dad and mom and dad and daughters is always there, no matter how we want to.
Oh yeah, no matter what.
Men respect their they give their daughter some kind of respect and some kind of okay what they want than me child.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
I saw a video too online where the girl child will dress like that, like girl. And everyone like it's only a girl child because that can make a man do this.
Right. Like you can tell he's a girl dad. He's a girl's dad. Oh. But that's good though to see good dads out there like that being there for their daughters. Because my dad wasn't there for me, so.
Yeah. Your dad was?
No, he wasn't there.
Yeah. My dad passed away when I was 3 too. My dad wasn't there too, so I don't really see. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm glad, my girls, they have a dad that's there. I'm very grateful for that. Very, very grateful. Because I didn't know my dad till I was 12, 13. Yeah. And by that time, it's like, because I grew up with my godparents, so, I already had a dad, So when he came in the picture, it was like, who are you?
Who are you?
Exactly.
I saw that one of the posts too online. In African culture, some men, they are not responsible dad. So they believe that, it's a girl child. They don't value girl child in Africa. Some African cultures.
You said they don't what?
They don't value girl child. Because they believe that, you're going to marry, you're going to start. All your value ends in the kitchen and in your husband's house. I don't know how I would say that would make sense. That's how they don't value girl child. So because they are girls,
Mhm.
their dad will now abandon them.
He
So
would
yes, they will intentionally abandon them.
because he
They are,
did.
because they are girl child, or because they don't want to take up responsibilities.
But if it's a boy,
If it's a some of them, if it's a boy, the way they do boy child in Africa is so crazy.
do they treat him like royalty?
Yes, yes. Even in the house, they not allow them to do anything, do dishes, only the girl child.
What?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know. I mean,
It does depend, but mostly I can bet it with you like 80% of African home, the way they treat boy child is
so what does the
even
boy
growing
do?
the boys they believe that the boy should do every stuff. But which is not always like available for them to do. They believe the boy child should only focus on making money, um,
So like getting a job,
reading,
basically.
yes, getting a job. And but both women and men get a job these days.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
So
So they treat them like kings, basically.
yes, so even some of our uncles, most of them don't know how to cook. They don't even know how to boil water.
Royal water is funny. Wow. Well, that just. Have you ever seen Game of Thrones?
Symbols.
Game of Thrones.
Games of Thrones.
Uh huh.
No.
So it's on HBO Max. It's basically like just. It reminds me of what you're talking about, like in the African culture, like
Mhm.
just how they treat the women, how they
Mhm.
treat the men, the
Yeah.
guys, the girls, and just like what you're like how they make it seem like what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do, as
Yeah.
a woman or as a
Mhm.
as a man. And like they put a lot of that in the Game of Thrones. It's just like I guess the old school way of growing up and
Mhm.
like raising your household.
Mhm.
It's about kings and queens and princes and princesses and people trying to like, get to the throne.
But the culture has been there for a very long time. But the reason why the culture has been like that that time was because men are the hunters. They go out to hunt
Mm-hmm.
for food. They take so much work before they bring food home. You understand? So women are the one that will cook the food. They will go and hunt for rabbits, for meat.
Right.
They will plant. So early morning when they wake up in the morning,
Mm-hmm.
they go and look for food. And it takes them time, and some can get killed by wild animal. So
Mm.
so that time it works, and it works pretty very very good. That men, they are the provider, they provide 100%, and then because they provide, the way they provide, it takes so much time. So anything they bring home is the duty of the woman to make sure that the food is being cooked. So the job of the woman that time is just to cook. And then that time too, to cook is not easy
Right. It's not easy.
because we don't have all this fast food, all these canned things you can easily buy to make food, cooking food more
Easy.
easier.
Yeah.
Mhm. So it takes time on both women and men.
Wow.
But later in life, our mothers they don't want to accept that both women and men work.
Wow. Yeah, things definitely have changed.
Yeah,
Wow.
a lot of women are not today. Better raise your son well.
So, do you
Better.
like it the way it is now? Like how everyone is treated equally, or do you
Though
think?
even in Africa, it's not treated equally. It's still not there.
Um,
It's still not there.
so, do you think some people come to like America to get away from that culture, or just just to come, just to get better opportunities, or there's some that
Most
do.
people come for better opportunities, and some people come. Maybe they're having issue with their husband, and then their husband is a powerful person. If the husband is a powerful person, they want to take away their children from them. They will not want them to see their. They use kids as punishment tools in Africa. So some women will run away
With their kids.
with their kids. Yeah.
But you said earlier, like sometimes like the man don't even want to help or raise
Yes,
the
not that
kids.
the men care about the kids,
Mm-hmm.
but they want to use it as a punishment tool. They
Oh, wow.
want to use the kid as punishment too.
Well, women do that here.
Mm-hmm.
Women be doing that here today. Using
The
the kid as like punishment.
for the man,
Yeah.
the men use it as punishment for the women back home,
Mm.
not the other way around.
So like in what way? Like what?
The men would use power to take away the children from the woman
How? Like
because they it was they pay your bride price, so every kid you give birth to belongs to the man's family.
oh that sucks. No, seriously, that sucks. Oh my goodness, I can't imagine.
So the kids bear their dad last name. So that's where the kids bear their dad's last name. They bear their dad's last name. They belong to the family.
Wow.
But it's not good, even both women and men. It's not good to be using kids as a weapon
Yeah,
because the
it's
kids
never
need
good.
both parents.
Exactly.
The kids need both parents. You and the dad are the one that have issue. The kid doesn't have issue with any of their parents.
Right, you shouldn't take it out on the kid.
Yeah. Some of the poor men we deliberately run away. Like, okay, the woman doesn't have women, the way we work is not the same way. Before we take care of the house, take care of the kid, it's a lot.
It's like, do you have to take care of your husband?
So
So
because
like,
sometimes the men will have money and be like, you know what, I'm gonna be taking care of the children by yourself. I'm not taking care of them.
mm.
Financially, they do not want to provide.
Will he at least like give money to like give you money or he
Buying
just
stuff, the kids need school stuff, the kids need
clothes, diapers, and all of
clothes,
this stuff?
all of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why in Africa there is so much child labor.
Mm-hmm.
And some of these women too, they will just keep having babies. You see that this man is not responsible, but they will keep having babies. They will having like 18, six, six above children. I'm like, you know what? Do you even have brain at all?
What's the most kids that like you saw a woman have when you were growing up?
uh, a woman has seen 12.
12 kids.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Mm-hmm. Do you know if they were all like back to back or they had to be back to back? Oh my
The thing
gosh.
is, those kind of women, they start having kids early. I saw one that has like 13 kids.
Oh.
Is it 13 or 14 kids? One woman.
So like,
She has triplets like 3 times. She has twins 2 times.
Oh
And then
my
she
gosh. Oh no, I would have stopped every second set. Heck no.
Yeah, her body is like baby pumping machine.
Mm-mm-mm.
She has triplets.
Triplets. Do you know how like you can have triplets? It just happens to have to be like in a family or
Is the woman's family.
woman when stuff the woman don't have twins in her family, then
Yes.
she can't have twins.
No, she has history. They have history in their family. They normally have twins. That's why she has triplets and twins. It's like not. It depends on the family where the women. It's mostly from the women's side, the family.
Mm. Oh, that's what I was about to ask. Like, what's the earliest like women start having kids?
This kind of women they start having kids at the age of 16.
Oh, so that's
So
not too bad. 16.
16 is bad enough
Well, I know
right
some.
now.
I know some. Excuse me, some women that had like kids at like 12, 13.
What? 12 is a
Yes,
baby.
12, 13. Yes, my
12?
my husband's. I believe my husband's mom. She had him like when she was like 13, 14. She
What?
was. Yeah, she was young. She was really really young. Yeah, she was really really
I
young.
believe this. Wow.
I know.
12 is young.
Yes,
More than young.
yeah. I think I had my first one was 19.
Hmm?
I had my first baby when I was 19.
That's you are legal right.
19, yeah.
In northern part of Nigeria,
Mhm.
they still have kids at the age of they marry those girls at the age of 12, 13.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. They put that in the Game of Thrones too. How like they
Those
put
are
that in there,
children.
and they also put in there how some fathers like
They will
that
take
would
money.
no, they would sleep with their daughters and have more kids.
Wow.
I know.
I've never seen that one.
Yes, but I know some like people here in America that do that. You know those.
That's weird. Your
Okay.
own child?
Yes.
Ah, no, they're supposed to be put in jail.
Mm,
They're supposed to rot in jail.
yeah.
You supported me. Thank you.
Right. Yes, it's crazy. Mm-hmm. Girl, you were sleeping so good.
Mhm. She's awake.
I think so. I'm gonna get some more days, girl. Days, I guess.
Is that poo? Or she just
I think she's gassy. I still got another burp in there. She probably still got another burp in there.
Like I wanna play, but I still wanna sleep. You're so cute. You know that, right? I know.
Okay, okay. You're okay. You're okay.
I think she doesn't feel comfortable on like when she's at home.
Like she knows.
She's gonna lie down.
I know. Sorry. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Pretty girl. It's okay. It's okay, mama.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. Whatever it is, get it out, mama.
Oh, she wanna spit?
Yeah, she always spit in her mouth. Like trying to swallow it.
Oh, you don't want her to swallow?
Well, like not too much, because she'll choke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's like, oh, she did that.
She think you are putting you are putting food in her mouth.
You okay?
She said no.
No, you're not okay. You see that? Try to keep that. some phlegm.
Hmm?
It sounds like she still got some phlegm in her chest.
Oh, like she wants a ball?
Sorry. Come. It's okay. It's okay, baby. Okay, okay. It's all right, girl. You okay, Mama? I got you, girl. Okay, Mama.
I think you want to eat or no?
You know you do want the rest of the phone. Let me see. Okay, Mama. Okay. Better now.
I think she doesn't even like the pacifier. Or did she take it?
It depends. Like she just started like really just being like satisfied with it. At first, she wanted like my boob. She wanted to like fall asleep with my boob. Like my boob was her pacifier for like the first month. But then I had to like get her out of that. I'm like, girl, look, I can't be just
sitting down with
sitting.
you.
Yes. Yes.
sorry. Is it true that Beyonce got a divorce? Is that true?
Oh my goodness, I haven't even heard of it about that. I don't. That's a good question. I'm gonna look it up. I don't know. Oh my goodness, I didn't even know she was getting a divorce. But I know that. You know, Jay-Z had something to do with like that Diddy stuff, but I didn't know she was divorcing him. I know she like, you know, did her tour and all that stuff, and she went have like a couple lawsuits against her, but
Is it this one? I saw it on Insta blog, Nigerian news website.
oh, after Epstein leaked his video.
What's Epstein leaking video? What does that mean?
Can we watch it on the TV? You can
Yes.
broadcast it on there.
Sorry. Has she finished the food?
And she finished it.
Do you think she's good with it? Do you think it's not because she want more? Do you want more?
Okay.
Hmm?
Is it she probably has some burp? She only said burp. She had like 4 ounces. Oh, baby. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. That's so sweet. Your voice is so sweet. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's okay.
Jay-Z. This one, right?
That might be it. But they're talking about Joe Epstein, like interview. He did an interview and like exposed a lot of stuff.
It was. I
So,
don't know
the
Epstein.
Department of Justice just released a mega dump of 3 million documents, 180,000
Yeah.
images, and
3
2,000
million.
videos related to the Epstein files.
Who is
All I can
Epstein?
say is,
Yeah.
y'all might
What
have
does he
onto
do?
something.
He
Jay-Z
was
has been
just
mentioned in
like
the files.
he was just like
Streets
Jay-Z,
are
like an
saying that this man
entrepreneur,
pushed
movie
Beyonce
he was a
all the way
producer.
out of that
Mhm.
marriage for real this time.
And
Allegedly, there's so
he
much
was
more
in-
to come in
he-
the files.
he
And
hung
that's why the
around
NFL
like
has unfollowed
Trump
Jay-Z.
and like all
Apple
those
Music
big
has unfollowed
names and
Jay-Z.
stuff.
In fact, news reaching me is that Beyonce and Jay are
Yeah, but
the
he's
most
dead.
unfollowed
He's
accounts in
dead.
the
They
last
killed
48
him while he was in
hours.
prison.
If you were one of those who
Oh,
said,
he's
"I
dead?
told you so,
Yeah,
baby,
he's
it's your
dead.
time
He's
to
been dead
shine,"
for about
this
2
might be
years
it for the
now.
Carters.
And they released it after
Okay,
he
guys, I know
died.
that a lot has been
Why
done
did they
on the
release?
Epstein
Why did they
files.
release the
For
video?
those who've not gone through the
I
details,
mean,
let me
I
just
guess
give y'all a
whoever
little bit of a
like
sneak peek.
knew
First of all,
him
the
or
files
whoever
contain
did the
several
interview,
hundred
like
mentions of the
got
former Duke of
permission
York, Prince
from
Andrew. Newly released photos
the people
show
in the
Andrew
industry
barefoot and
to like
smiling,
gave him
crouching
an
on all
okay to
fours
release
over
it
an
because I mean
unidentified
he's
woman
dead
lying
now,
on the
so
floor.
anything he
Emails from
says
September
on the
2010,
video, like
after
they can't do
Epstein's
anything
initial
about it because
conviction,
he's
also
dead.
show Andrew and
But they
Epstein
killed him
talking to
because he
journalists
was
for private
talking
time
about.
and dinner. Actually,
But they killed him
Epstein
because he
emailed
knew so
Andrew in
much.
2010,
About Jay-Z.
offering to set him
Not
up
no,
with a
not just
26-year-old
Jay-Z, but
clever,
a lot of
beautiful,
people that are
trustworthy
doing
Russian
a
Powerful.
lot of
and
wicked
Andrew replied by
things
saying,
in this
Powerful
world.
people.
Yeah.
There's also
Why did they
live
send
hair
them
on
to
President
prison
Donald
too?
Trump, including
Because
details
he was
allegedly from a 2020
molesting like
witness
little
account
girls
alleging
and like
Oh my
and he was a
God.
pedophile. He was a pedo. He was a pedo. And he was like sex trafficking and like drugs.
Oh my God. These people are crazy.
To which
I know.
Trump reportedly nodded. There was also a 2002 alleged email signed "Love Melania" that was found in
I don't
Ghislaine
think it's the right
Maxwell's
one.
records.
Hmm?
Well,
Bet you
best
one.
believe that
I
Donald
put it
Trump
on
is
the
working
right one.
tirelessly to
A
get
better
this
one.
because guys actually noted that at least 16 files, including a photo of Donald Trump, were briefly posted and then disappeared or were removed from the official DOJ repository. Anywho, Elon Musk also made the cut, and these new files actually show
All
that
these
the
people are
relationship with
criminals.
Elon was deeper
God
than we
forgive me.
thought. In one of the interactions in November 2012, Epstein emailed Elon Musk asking how many people he would bring to his island by help.
Oh yeah, he had an island where he would, like I say, have little young girls
You know, for
there.
example, that if I was in the forest and I had to
So he recorded himself.
figure out a way.
No, he did an interview with like somebody asking him questions.
There's a local
And he sat down
African
and like
on-
somebody
on
interviewed
the
him
ones
before
getting
he died.
because they have
But
the
they never
intelligence to
released
deal with
it.
their
They
local
didn't put it
people.
out on the internet until after he died. So not everybody's like, oh, you know, they're talking about what he's talking about, which is the truth. He's like letting us know everybody that was involved.
Oh, every other people that was involved with him. That is not the
Sorry
only
to
one.
disappoint you,
Right.
but today's episode is not about Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay.
Failure. He describes African leaders as
I
generals,
need to hear him talk.
DJs, on serious people governing serious systems. He reduces
Okay, yeah, go on music comment.
Joe Epstein. Let me see. Yes, it takes this millions of followers.
Ah, really?
Let's see. Let's put his name in.
No peace for the
Jeffrey
wicked.
Epstein. There we go. Okay. One day ago. This is it.
Tougher than a $3 steak. That's how some describe Cecil Bell Jr. He takes it as a compliment, because when it comes to standing up for our conservative principles, you must be cut off. Cecil's record, unrivaled. He's fought for property tax relief, ranchers' rights, gun owners, law enforcement, more border security, and our rural community. That's why he's endorsed by President Trump and Governor Abbott. Vote Cecil Bell Jr. State representative.
She's not eating. I thought she's eating. She's classified.
Walk me through the Santa Fe history. What was it about the time and the math? And this was in the
1 hour, 2 hours, like almost 2 hours.
right?
Wow.
And he tells it all.
Fine. Remember when you're asking the question, these questions.
Was he in the hotel that time?
No, he wasn't in jail at this time.
So look, you gotta repeat that.
He went to jail.
Answer, you
Like,
gotta
he didn't spend much time in prison. They killed him before he could like.
Oh, so those people that killed him doesn't know that he recorded the video before he went to jail? They don't want him to.
No, they didn't want this video to get out.
So that's why they killed him.
Yep. And so, like I said, whoever like interviewed him released it.
Group of mathematicians. Action.
So, Santa Fe Institute in the late 80s, early 90s, I was interested, I was on the board of Rockefeller. So that's
Jay-Z. Rockefeller's Jay-Z.
University, formed by John D. Rockefeller to sort of give back to the community, east side of Manhattan, except it was old.
But people don't really like both of them right from. They like their songs, yeah, well, they do say that they do evil stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah, they was,
You
yeah.
decide to find cures for disease. And I said, you need to do something different.
It's good to make money, your money in peace.
Interdisciplinary work.
There's nothing.
How did a schmuck like you get on the board of Rockefeller? What year was that?
I think only I think 89 and 94.
So that's the one of the most prestigious research places in the world, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how did a guy like you get on the board of Rockefeller? A blue blood, internationally known, hard.
So now, all the black rapper now, they want to send them to jail.
Yep. They trying to send Diddy, Diddy Combs, Puff Daddy, you might not know.
Oh my
But they
God.
trying to send him to prison along with
I
Jay-Z
think it was
because they were side by side working together,
There was a money
and that's what he's talking about.
who said
That Diddy and
Jay-Z, and everybody else too, Trump, Jay-Z, all those little people.
but there's no evidence there.
In the up until the mid-80s or sort of mid-70s, the most important thing was your name. If you were Rockefeller, you were considered to be brilliant. If you were head of General Motors, it was your reputation, it was who you knew, who your family was, what was your character. And then in the mid-70s, basically, if you remember, you probably had a calculator. It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply, do square roots. And that was the first thing. Everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. A simple, almost like your account. The most important parts of business.
No, she did it.
Put you down. Make you
Not only mathematics, but things that could be calculated. Reputation couldn't be calculated. I could give you a 10 on a reputation scale, an 8. What does it mean to have a measurement of your reputation? We'll get to that later. But people, places like Rockefeller,
What does
needed
this
someone to say, look, we're entering
Okay,
a different
thank
world
you.
with numbers.
That emoji.
It's like kind of like a smile. It just looks like.
Jeffrey, could you come on? Thank you. Sit on the committee.
Oh my God.
Did you like take it the wrong way?
And
Like,
David Rockefeller,
I said, how did you take it? Like, did you think it was like a bad emoji? Or
Yes, I was thinking that was bad emoji or something.
like flirting? Or like just.
respectful.
I don't even know what it means.
Yeah, it's like it's just like another emoji for like the smiley face, but a little bit more flirtatious.
And David started to explain to me.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep up with different language of this these days.
The generation.
Most important thing. People don't understand money. You seem to have this knack for money. I said to David.
But she said I'm good.
What was the
You're
most
doing good,
important
baby.
part of your life?
Yeah, I'm okay, baby.
So
You're doing
David
good.
said, when I grew up, everyone knew I was a Rockefeller.
You're
They didn't know
doing good.
that my father told me he would not leave me with money. No money.
Hi.
Every time we went out to eat, me and my 5 friends in school, they would leave me with bill. They would expect me to pick up. And so I was family so thanks. And I remember it was yesterday, when I said I was in Time magazine, said, David, who's hiring? So, I thought that the world that existed would be a combination of both politics and business and leadership.
Is that another client you have today?
Before something
Yes.
called the trilateral.
What's the latest you would do hair?
The trilateral.
It depends on my schedule for that day. But
People like the Illuminati.
oh, the latest or the headless?
Mystery about it.
Like,
People that
wait,
ran the world.
yeah, like the latest, like your.
Oh, 7
except
p.m.
for the
Politicians.
7 p.m.
So David said, most countries,
But it depends on the time
politicians get
too.
elected for 4 years or 2 years, separate from the royal families in England or in the Middle East. Someone's there for 4 years and then they're not there anymore. The most important people to have stability and consistency would be businessmen. So he formed this trilateral commission of
Do people be
businessmen
commenting, or you can't see the
and
comments?
politicians from 3.
Oh, I can see the comments. I have to.
North
Like go on your
America,
other phone.
Mm-hmm.
the Europeans, and the Asians.
I did
So he
Jollof.
said to me, would you like to be on the trilateral commission? I was 30 years old, 32 years old. I said, great. And he said, well, you have to fill out this application so they have your bio. And I looked at the list of people, and it was Bill Clinton, former president of the United States, Paul Volcker,
Wow.
every great leader in America, the Asians, the Japanese, and with a very long description of their history. And they asked me to fill in what I would like to have written. And I wrote Jeffrey Epstein,
Thank you so much.
just a
Thank
good
you.
kid, which I thought was funny, nobody else did.
Somebody said she has
So
better
that's
hair.
at that time I recognized
Yes.
that monies and currencies were not really well understood. But again, it was only numbers. So numbers, and I'll get to the fact that it was bad thinking. Numbers are very good.
Are most people even on trilateral commission, when you meet most people, do you find most leaders financially illiterate, economically illiterate?
Most political leaders don't come out of a background of finance. Most political leaders come out of a background of being popular. So in some of the countries, in some of the African countries, for example, they might have been a military person, they were a general. In some of the African countries, they might have been a disc jockey. Or in our country, they would have been an actor. The knowledge of money they don't have expertise, they have no degrees in finance. They really, and this is one of the major problems. Their expertise, if they have any financial knowledge, is of their own checking account or bank account and filling in their own taxes. So many world leaders who don't really have a financial underpinning make fundamental
I don't know
errors
if people be able to click on
when
it.
it comes to money on a country.
Now I was posting your live on my story. I was like,
Oh.
I hope people can click on it.
Oh, thank you so much. On Instagram?
If
On,
I said your
TikTok.
assets
TikTok,
increased
oh.
last year,
Thank you.
You're
you'd say
welcome.
that sounds pretty good. And I said, what does that mean to you? And say, well, I have more money. I guess, I'm wealthier. And say yes. And if your debt increases, say, well, I don't want to have increased debt. I don't like the idea of that sound, increased debt. Now, that and world leaders
And this
understand
man too, he has
their
kids.
assets go up
He has
the
children.
ladder.
Mhm.
However,
Oh yeah.
institutions
Oh,
like
yeah.
banks, things that people don't really understand are financial underpinnings of banks. When I say your bank, Mr. Bannon, you have the Bannon Bank, you doubled your assets. Sounds good, but what does it really mean?
Are you going to go
It
to heaven
means
with all these assets?
People owe you more money. You don't have any money, more money. What? Yeah. A bank's assets are how much it is owed by other people. That's crazy. So if the bank goes from $2 billion of assets to $10 billion, it means people owe it an additional $8 billion, but their assets have gone up.
Okay.
So the terminology of assets and liabilities is different for banks. It's not natural. And what most people, and you ask questions about world leaders, this many people, I think the old boss Mercer understood, there's a fundamental part of money which is called fractionalized banking. And fractionalized banking is something that finance people understand, and the people on the street, and when I say people on the street, that's where I was when I started on Wall Street, would find it impossible to believe. Impossible. Why? Banning Bank, I give you $1. Just one single dollar. In our system of banking, I would say, okay, Steve, I gave you $1. How much could you lend out to your friends? And the natural reaction would be probably something less than $1 because I want to keep something in my pocket. The way our system works is if you as a bank are holding my dollar, you can lend out an additional $8 or $9. No, it's impossible. I only have $1 there. We have
Wow.
something called fractionalized reserve.
She doesn't like to be
If you
held
have
like
one,
that much.
you can lend out $9. That's the way our system
You're
works.
doing good.
And so
Mhm.
not only do world leaders not understand banking, but the man on the street, my father worked in the park department, it would be beyond his imagination that people could lend out more money than they actually had in their pocket. Next question.
But how did this, in understanding that, when you get on something like the Trilateral Commission, you're on the board of Rockefeller, which is the most advanced research. You get brought to the Trilateral, which is the elite of the elite. How, since you're only at that time
30-something.
Does this man talk about the presidency?
Oh yes, he talks about Trump. He talks about
10
like
years teaching adult.
all those little.
Walk us through.
I
The
say
Bible?
the industry. Oh yes. Well, not, I wouldn't even say it a bad way because he's just telling the truth. You know, he's telling the truth. And they
No,
don't
I mean,
like
what the bad stuff that he does, that's what I mean.
Oh yeah. What they're doing is bad stuff. Like their rituals are, excuse me, their little sex
So what does
parties
it
they
feel
be
like?
having.
What does it feel like meeting
have-
some
you
of
know,
those people
having little
kissing
girls
your
around and
Rockefeller?
dealing with
And
them, like
those are
it's a lot of
extraordinary
dark
people.
stuff. Like
But
they do
in general, I think
sacrifices
the
on like
question
little
But he
babies.
doesn't
babies.
mention Obama?
Wall Street, I
No,
tell
no,
the
no, no, no.
story.
You don't mention Barack Obama.
The first
But he
time
mentioned
when I was
Big
in
Girl
Wall Street,
too.
Someone said to me,
Oh,
"Would you
yes.
like to buy?"
He mentioned a couple of the presidents, and I didn't get to watch the full.
And
And
Clinton,
I was looking
what
at
was it?
the brochure, I couldn't
don't know why
figure
I
out what
forget.
stock
Clinton,
had a symbol of
And
ATV.
Bill Clinton or something like that.
And when I finally said, "Look, I can't
Bill
find it,"
Gates or
I
Bill
said, "Okay,
Clinton?
so
Yeah,
now
Bill
what?
Gates is the
Do you wanna
most
buy
richest
a
man in the world
TV?
before Elon Musk took it
Selling
over.
hot television,
Right.
stolen televisions from the
God help
American
us.
stock exchange.
Okay.
Referred to in
Man.
common parlance as the televisions fell off the truck. So I knew what that phrase meant from going out. But what I found was most people, what be it in business, in normal life, or in the world leaders, don't really understand money. It is something they think about. They have a sense of what it is. They certainly want more of it. But they also make statements like, we want more money, but we don't want more debt, which just shows a misunderstanding of what money at its core really is. So they don't Most people don't, they want to make it, they want to save it, but to understand it intimately is not a normal occurrence.
At the first trilateral,
Oh. This is
No,
it's a
it's-
kitchen now? Ugh, the paper, I can't stand it.
Need better sleep? We can help. It's Mattress Firm's President's Day sale. Save up to $700 on top brands, plus get a free adjustable base. Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy.
or something. Just give me a proxy. You join the trilateral
I
commission.
think it might be,
And we'll be able to show we'll pull down the chart of where your name was, but just give me roughly when it was.
I think it could be 90, I don't remember.
Let's say early nineties.
Yes.
When you got on the trilateral commission and had the first, you remember the first meeting was?
It was in Tokyo.
In Tokyo, in what hotel?
Well, I would like to say the Hilton, but it's probably not.
And it's a 3-day, 4-day?
Give me a 3-day event and.
Walk me through the whole thing. It
Speeches,
starts with a dinner, just walk me through it.
that was boring. I can't,
You couldn't possibly think it was boring,
it
it's
was
bullshit.
boring.
You had to be stars in your eyes.
No,
You fly over privately,
yes, but it wasn't my plane.
so it didn't count?
No.
You fly over,
Yes.
and
And it was,
who were the first, like, when you first met those leaders, you had to be wowed.
No.
You're 10 years out of Coney Island.
no, I'm not wowed by people of position. I'm wowed by people of great ideas. And I don't care if it's the bus driver. I don't care if it's the student I had who has teeth coming out.
Well, these guys have to have great ideas, as the leaders of the 3 great continents of the world, North America, Europe, and Japan.
No, many of these world leaders become world leaders because they're popular and they were able to get votes, or they were able to convince people to vote for them.
Wow.
I learned later. Many of them were just good at what they did in terms of politics. Remember, world leaders are politicians in general. They're not scientists, they're not intellectuals, they're not great thinkers, they're great politicians.
At the first Trilateral Commission meeting that you remember in Tokyo, sometime in the early 90s, do you remember what were the big issues of the day that they were talking about, and what did you think about them?
Yeah, in fact, it was funny because they were talking about inflation, and they were worried that what would happen, how do you control inflation? And as a mathematician, I didn't understand the concept. I don't understand the concept today. How's that possible? Well, when you talk about most things to do with money, money is meant to be local. It's US dollars,
This can't be right.
then I understand what it means. If
He was
inflation
wearing black.
means
The
my dollar
one-
today inflates, and it doesn't buy as much as it did a couple of years ago. The prices go up. I don't have, and it seems that everything's great, but in fact my dollar's shrinking in value.
If you, and you're the financial genius here, I'm just a lowly M&A guy.
If you let me finish the thought.
Go ahead.
So if you're in America, you start.
Bless you.
Baby. Bless you.
Bless you. You're welcome.
This mama. Interview.
At HEB, we know that what's in your food matters. So over the past 10 years, we've provided over 7,000 select ingredients products made without 175 synthetic ingredients. So you can find the foods you love without the ingredients you don't. HEB, here, everything's better.
You did say you guys yesterday, right? Yes. You play laser tag? Yes. Rematch of the Pokemon? Thought you never asked. Can you let us win?
Yes. Probably.
Can we get a double bacon cheeseburger? Double yes.
The video contains discussion and limited visual material.
All right, so if you're unaware, recently the U.S. Department of Justice, or DOJ, published a batch of files related to the Jeffrey Epstein investigation in this release, which is over 3 million pages of documents.
3
along with
million
thousands of
pages.
videos,
And who is gonna
thousands
read
of
it?
Images came in compliance with the Epstein Files.
Who's gonna read it?
Act, which was
That's
passed in
his island.
2025. It was announced
That
this
man?
would be the last
Epstein?
major release of
That's
Epstein
his island,
materials,
and he
and these
had
files
everything
encompass
going on there.
decades of evidence from federal investigations into Epstein.
It's like if we knew that they're gonna kill him if he
FBI
went to the jail,
emails,
right?
abuse stories, financial records, personal correspondence, and photographs. But you might have noticed that just because they said 2,000 videos were released does not mean there are actually 2,000 videos that you could click and watch in a browser. Most of these files are not safe, legal, or appropriate to actually publish in a viewable form, or technically they're not presented in an easy, watchable way. Like, I feel like some of these videos are just MP4s that are embedded within emails that nobody can open in the first place.
Wow.
So over the last few days, a lot of people have been digging through these document releases, the emails, the court filings, the summaries, and the names, and that part is already getting heavily covered. But what I haven't really seen been covered is footage. I mean, I expected to see something, not even if it exists, but if it was actually released and what form it was in. Most people can't find it, which is why you're mostly seeing inventories and photos instead of actual playable videos. But that's what this video is. I went through the footage records themselves. You have to go through a maze and then sell your soul to the DOJ to
Wow.
actually view any of this. And I'm also putting the files in a doc, and they're all linked by the DOJ, so it's not like sketchy. And I just want to be clear that I'm not showing any explicit material. However, all the footage you're going to be seeing here is verifiable and it's real. It's not AI. You're going to see a lot of black boxes. I'm not the one that put them there. They were put there to protect the identity of the victims. And if I'm showing you a video and anytime the sound cuts out, that was also not me. It was done to protect the voice of the victim in the video. And we're just going to walk through some of the footage that has been released. So firstly, there's a video of Jeffrey Epstein appearing to chase two victims around his kitchen. They're doing it in jest. We're not sure how old these two are, but they appear to be having fun with him while doing this.
That's the man that is late. And these people, they have children.
Well, yeah, he has children, but that's not who he's chasing around. Now he's chasing like little girls he was like having sex with.
Wow. You give her the bottle. So he recorded himself too.
Right,
There's
yeah.
also around a 20-second video of Epstein
Yeah.
dancing with what appears to be one of his victims, which is interesting to see. Up to now, there's been barely any footage of Jeffrey Epstein besides, court trials and news reports and whatnot. So it's interesting to see part of his personality here, but it's also really weird given the context.
They made a movie
Imagine you
about
die
him
and
too.
people are not saying anything good about you.
Well, I mean, look what you were doing when you were alive.
Mm-hmm. No, they will be bullying their children.
Jeffrey Epstein and Steven Pinker, a Canadian psychologist on Epstein's jet.
They look
This one
alike.
appears to be an accidental video, as it seems like they meant to take a picture instead. Now, as to why Steven Pinker, a well-known cognitive psychologist, and
He's
public
just, I don't know
intellectual,
what's
would
up with
appear
them.
with Epstein is beyond me. His connections to Epstein could be academic or criminal, but it also could be both. We do know Epstein aggressively embedded himself in elite academic circles, especially Harvard, MIT, Santa Fe Institute, and the Edge Foundation, and Pinker was a part of this ecosystem, as we know that Epstein loved to present
What you say?
himself
What
as
did you
a
say?
science philanthropist.
I'm sorry.
And a connector between donors.
He was
and
just,
researchers,
he's basically
hosting private
explaining
dinners
that
with
he was
scientists,
connected to
thinkers,
like
and
big
writers.
schools
But I guess
and like
All right, excuse
you
me.
know, he tried to expand his
so that you can do his
So
evil.
13 years ago,
well,
Steve
not
Baker
even that.
posted
It was
and
about
asked me anything
you know, it's
Reddit,
more
and
about
he attached this
money and like
photo
control
with
and
just
power than
identification
Power and
anything.
influence.
just proving
Yeah.
himself. Tell me why he's
So
wearing
they
the
see as a good
exact
people
same
outside.
shirt
Right.
from the video. Am I tripping? Or is that not the exact same shirt? Anyways, I'll attach the thread below, but he answers a couple questions about. Yeah, I thought that was an interesting find. We also have a 10-second video of Epstein that's seemingly showing him to be playing with his phone the way an older person does when they don't understand how to record. It's just kind of a collage of him making strange faces. We have a video of Jeffrey Epstein with Jack Lang, the former French Minister of Education and the current president of the Arab World Institute. He was also the former Minister of Culture twice, and as to why Epstein was associated with Jack Lang, we'll never know. However, we do know that Jack Lang himself moved in international arts, education, and diplomatic circles where Epstein...
Now they have to track him too and be like, are you part of it?
Epstein or even visited his island or is even named in any victim testimony. Still, there they are. Buddy. There's this random footage of what appears to be 3 young children singing, and I'm not sure who took this video. But what I also forgot to say at the beginning of the video is that for all this footage, we should assume that Jeffrey Epstein is the one taking the video, unless we hear a voice behind the camera otherwise. But yeah, it's kind of best to go with that rule of thumb.
Yeah, he was sexually abusing those girls, all of them, on his island.
Where are the parents of those girls?
They're like, he like recruited them, like they probably didn't know they were gonna get, you know, sexually assaulted when they went with him, but that's what ended up happening. And a lot of those girls are like runaways, you know, like looking for a home, looking for something, and they ran across
There's
him.
footage of more victims again in Jeffrey Epstein's kitchen and what appears to be surrounded by lots of baked goods. There's video footage of Jeffrey Epstein confessing in prison that he was simply assaulted.
Okay.
How does he get a record in the prison?
Because all this is a stage. It's so like rigged and set up. I don't. It's hard to believe anything you see. Really, it's hard to believe anything that they like show you, because like, you know, like you said, how do you get a camera in prison? How do you
Exactly. How do you get a phone in prison? How do you get a camera in prison?
And we also have a full interview of Jeffrey Epstein with Steve Bannon, which I'm not going to play the whole thing. It's an hour. You can find this on YouTube. And there's also helicopter footage of the arrest of Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, one of the bigger videos I wanted to get into was the Prince Andrew footage. So there's around 1 second of what we see as Prince Andrew over a very young victim who is clearly a minor. And there's also another video without Prince Andrew, which is a short video of a young girl who's also clearly a minor wearing a school uniform, and she appears in multiple videos. It's very disturbing to say the least. However, what I found is that this footage matches exactly with the room that Prince Andrew is in with the other victim. This is also kind of one of the reasons I wanted to make this video. I have no idea what this room is, and I haven't gone through the thousands of photos yet to match anything. I had to.
Is this the person that is releasing the video?
So if anyone recognizes anything throughout this video, it would be nice for you to point it out in the comment section, or even just speculate. There's around a 51-second video of a man recording a young woman playing with a dog, and the dog ends up humping this woman, but I don't know who this man is. He's shown at the very end of the footage. I'm not going to show the weird part, but here, you yourself and figure out who this guy is. There's a 54-second video of what appears to be two women in an airport or a subway, some type of public transportation building. They seem to be talking. I'm assuming Jeffrey Epstein is the one recording again, and you can't really hear what they're saying. They're kind of whispering.
Just looking.
There's a 1-second video of a woman in a car. It's really quick, but all you can hear is the person recording saying, "Just think about it," in the background. I mean, it's obviously this person is trying to coerce this woman into doing something. I'm pretty sure it's Jeffrey recording again.
Just think about it. Just think about it.
There's around
No,
a
that
1-minute
sounds like a black
video
man.
of what looks to be people gathered in a room for a presentation, which is interesting.
He said
because
that
of
was
the
Joe
redactions here. So
Epstein
usually you're not
recording,
gonna
but
see
that sounded
the
like a black man.
redactions if there's a group of strangers. So clearly there's a couple people or either several people who are considered Jeffrey Epstein's victims, and they all appear to be watching some kind of presentation that's going on through this projector. I'm not sure the audio is muted, and that's not my choice, but that's what we have. A minute of this. There's a video of a young woman having her picture taken, either next to a mirror or a painting, and you can hear the guy behind the camera, who we're assuming is Jeffrey Epstein, saying, "Look a little happier." I've yet to see anything that resembles this room in any pictures. Again, I still haven't gone through the pictures yet, and after having to go through all the videos, I don't think I want to.
Look a little happier. Look a little happier.
There's around a 2-second video of Jeffrey Epstein taking a video of a victim in front of his desk. You're going to see this desk a lot.
How will you be a criminal and be recording?
Several filming victims while he's sitting in his chair. But in this one, this around 2 seconds, you could hear him say, "You could smile, it's okay."
It's not. You can smile. It's okay. It's not. You can smile.
Wow.
It's okay.
Again, another video of Epstein behind his desk, except there's a young lady beside him, and he is filming her. It's around 1 second. There's a video of a young woman in a hotel getting what appears to be room service in her bed. It's around 14 seconds, and they're speaking an unknown language, so if anyone could translate, that would be appreciated.
We'll be right back after a quick word from our sponsors. This episode is brought to you by a bold marketer, unlike Nora, who has literally no idea where she should spend her advertising budget.
Oh, come on.
Don't take slow for an answer. Secure the dub with super fast optimum internet. Enjoy 99.9% network reliability and blazing fast 1 gig speed so you can finally stop getting wrecked. Click now.
My 2026 skin intentions is to focus on hydration and healing my skin barrier. The Laneige Cream Skin Refillable Toner is so good for hydration and soothing the skin. Pairing it with the Laneige Water Bank Aquafacial Moisturizer is a game changer, especially for healing the skin barrier.
There's a 20-second video of just a beach. I think Jeffrey Epstein was interested in the waves, the weather. I don't know. There's around a 34-second video of what appears to be a child in a store getting candy. I'm not sure who the person is filming. They're obviously a woman. You could hear their voice. But again, only victims are redacted in these videos. So sadly, you have to assume that this little girl was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein.
Wow.
So Linda is getting all the flavors of all the jealous. So I got callbacks, but she thought it wouldn't be enough. So she's getting some.
They're not supposed to keep people like this. They're supposed to make them suffer the way these kids suffer.
Olivia, how many jelly beans did you get?
Oh wow, she's great.
And then just.
There's around a 15-second video of a man in one of Jeffrey Epstein's properties signing a glow doll. I'm not sure who this man is. It's definitely not Jeffrey Epstein. But this is why you guys are here. Again,
So
this is
everything
video
that the only thing in their
of
head
Jeffrey Epstein
is
when he's
this.
behind his desk, and one of his victims is sitting on the couch in front of Epstein's desk here. Again, there's a lot of videos that Epstein takes from this angle, and I can't play it with audio. There's copyrighted music. Just know that.
He filmed himself and filmed those kids.
This piece of footage was one of the more interesting ones to me. It just appears to be 17 seconds of a random cabin in the woods with absolutely no civilization in sight. It's very interesting.
That is pretty good. Have you seen Blink Twice?
Hmm?
Have you seen the movie Blink Twice?
Mm-hmm.
No?
Yes. I'm not a movie person like that.
Oh.
There's around an 18-second video of what
And
appears to be
the movie
victim
basically
who was,
like
dancing for
tells like
Jeffrey on
everything
camera.
that they're showing right here.
Wow,
I know.
that's crazy.
Except they don't have like little girls in there. It's grown ups of course. But
Who's
it's
grown
the
up?
same-
They make the decision. That's fine. But children,
it's
they
the-
can't make. They
This is
can't.
one
They
of
can't
more
make the
interesting
decision.
ones. There is around a 42-second video, presumably taken by Jeffrey Epstein, of a rodeo. It's just a bull riding thing.
And the children, I can't just imagine how their children will gonna be feeling. They are great children. They're gonna go to school. Ow. I can't just imagine the kind of bullies and because of what the children know nothing about.
Yeah, and he's dead, so it's like you can't even explain yourself.
Yeah, they're supposed to do this kind of stuff when they're alive.
It's completely random. Hey, it was in the files. There is a whole 2-minute video of 2 victims dancing in front of Epstein's desk. Like I said, he was a sicko for this. He loved making people dance in front of his desk, but it's just 2 minutes of that.
That's mental health.
Now, this video is specifically creepy to me personally. It appears to be someone filming a blanket over somebody who is sleeping or lying down in a dark room. I think there's an individual under the blanket, is what I'm trying to say. I have to doctor this footage just a little bit. I have to turn the brightness up because it's that dark, but I really don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at. Yeah. I don't know.
And they probably killed him because he threatened to release all of this.
Oh wow.
hmm Just like the other case, the new one that's popular with Diddy, Sean Combs. He recorded everything too. He recorded his breakups. He recorded parties. He like documented his life, you know. So everything that
So they intend
everything he's being charged for, like, it's on camera.
he documented it by himself.
Well, you know, he had somebody record for him, like a cameraman, like kind of how. Yeah, I know. And of some he did record himself, but most of the time it was somebody like, you know, recording him in action. And
Wow.
yeah, it's sick. Excuse me, it's so sick. And it's pretty sick.
I think they do that because they think they are untouchable.
Yes.
Because before you do criminal stuff like this, and you think
that's exactly what it is. Epstein thought he was untouchable. Diddy, thinks he's untouchable. So it's a lot of these like big people with big names that do stuff and like think they'll get away with it because they have like dirt on other people. And that's the only reason they haven't locked, Diddy up, because it's so much. Like
a lot of
you
people.
have
I think they
lawyers
said
involved, judges,
yes,
presidents, like everybody's involved when it
and
comes to this
TJ,
case.
even pastors.
Oh yeah.
TJ Jackson, or what's it called? This
TD
man.
Jakes,
He
yeah.
said it to his amount. I'm like, what?
There's more footage of Epstein filming victims in front of his desk. This one is around a 3-minute video with 2 victims and they're dancing. And yeah.
They will take all the property. They are victims. Can they sue him when he's dead?
That's a good question. I'm pretty sure somebody got the money, all that money he had and made. It went somewhere. He either has kids or he didn't have a wife. So it went.
He can't have a
somewhere.
wife
This
without
appears
it.
to be a
And I love it for that. Don't put another woman in.
Right,
to other
exactly.
people. So remember, each redaction you see, that means each little black
Well,
box
Rick
is
says
a
he likes the
person.
little
So
girls. He
either
liked the
this
teenagers.
person
That's why
presenting
he had
clothes
one.
is a very tall
If he
adult
could
and
have,
they're
he would have
standing
married one of
and
those young
is
girls that he
sitting
had in his
revealing,
album.
or these are all
I
very,
think.
very short individuals or children. Either way, they appear to be victims here. And there's no audio, it's completely silent.
Really feel so happy.
Good
Good
job.
job, baby. Good job, mama. Such a good baby. Thank you. Thank you, Queenie. Thank you. Thank you, girl. Thank you for buzzing, honey. There's some more guys.
Here we have a 14-second boat ride that was recorded by phone. Appears to be in some. I have no idea where this location is. I don't know. I would say Europe. Not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I've never been
Yeah,
in
that's
Europe.
like Italy or
Things
Europe or
like
something.
this. There's around a 35-second video of what appears to be 3 women dancing in a car. So assuming Jeffrey Epstein is the one recording or one of his accomplices, they're recording these 3 young ladies dancing while they're, who knows where they're going, but that's what's going on. And there's, again, no audio on this one. this video, we see one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims dancing to Give Me Everything, but this appears to take place in the same room where his desk is. The wall just kind of looks familiar here. There's around 50-second video of Jeffrey Epstein recording from his usual spot behind his desk, and there's a victim that is dancing in front of him. This one is a longer video.
It feels like video. Stress sweating for my third set of scrubs. Totally normal, very healthy. It's not sign of emotional unraveling.
You need new Secret Clinical Antiperspirant. Stats. Secret gives 3 times more stress sweat protection.
Thanks. That a bunch.
Secret, stay fresher under pressure.
Hand off your taxes to an expert in your neighborhood. Now, your TurboTax expert can file for you, so you don't have to miss a moment. You've got better things to do than taxes. Have a local TurboTax expert file for you.
Ever seen a dinosaur in the wild?
Let's go. Peacock brings the thrill of dinosaurs.
On the video, we see a young woman who appears to be a teenager or a child is doing different poses with a flashlight. The audio was removed by the DOJ, of course, to protect the victim's identity. This is one of the videos you see of someone else recording Jeffrey Epstein. He appears here when is obviously one of his victims and lying on a couch. I assume they're outside by the pool. You see Jeffrey Epstein here being Jeffrey Epstein. We also have around a 50-second video of what appears to be a victim recording this time, and who I'm assuming is Epstein in an apartment, an empty apartment. You don't really get a good look on who the man is, and I'm not sure what this location is, but yeah, I'm not sure.
They still have apartments?
No, he would like keep, certain, I guess you could say women or girls in like little apartments, or give them a place to stay.
Oh, give them a little apartment?
Mm-hmm.
Why? So that all of them will know.
I guess he was like taking care of them and like grooming them.
We also have a video of what appears to be several young women at dinner, or a little dinner party, or a restaurant, or condo. Not sure. It's just a lot of.
Everybody that's seen him in the condo, oh, what a nice man. Helping the poor. You know, that's what they're gonna think about, right?
Right, but it's not. He's a bad man.
That's why there's this guy in Nigeria. He's popular Nigerian musician. Anytime you give people money online, anytime they want to try them,
this
and
man
it's
is. I
showing
apologize
a
for
lot of
yelling.
vendors.
No, it's just,
I'm like,
yeah,
no.
but that's what you guys are here to help for. Now we also have around a 37-minute video of what appears to be, I'm not sure if it's Epstein's Island, but it's definitely one of his properties. Yes, it's 37 minutes and there's a handful of different segments and a lot of it is censored.
You got Amazon Prime?
No, I can't say. I don't really order online. The time I have is when I do drop shipping from Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
That I sell from Amazon to Walmart. So for now, I don't. They cancel drop shipping. He bought a whole island. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yep. A whole island. And I want to play this movie for you. I said I want to play this movie for you, so it'll basically explain like what they're trying to explain, but a little more quicker. Not a whole lot.
Before we get into the deep stuff, let's give some basics or some things I want to do and inquire from the others. Walk me through the Santa Fe Institute. What was it about? Before we get into the deep stuff, let's give some basics or some things I want to do and inquire from the others. Walk me through the Santa Fe Institute. What was it about the time of the math? And this was in the late 90s. So they're not going to hear me on this part, right? We're going to go both ways?
It will not be on the video, but we do have it recorded.
Fine. Remember, when you're answering on these questions, I'm not in the shot, and they're never going to hear my voice. So a little bit, you got to repeat that. In your answer, you got to repeat what my question was.
Oh, well, okay.
Santa Fe Institute. Why, when you're at the top of your game on Wall Street, do you decide to finance, which was at the time, or endow, or become the donor or sponsor, however you want to say it, for what was considered the most cutting edge group of mathematicians in the world? Actually.
So Santa Fe Institute in the late 80s, early 90s, I was interested, I was on the board of Rockefeller.
What made him popular?
So that starts, Rockefeller.
Because he's good in math, right?
Formed by
This
John
man.
D. Rockefeller.
Oh no, he just knew the right people. Like
East
he,
side of Manhattan.
the first person I would say Trump, like
they were talking about
help
medicine.
get him around.
Medicine by itself is
Trump
again
helped him get
subject
around.
to the ideas of science. They were trying to use science to
Because
find
it's useful
cures
for Trump.
disease.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, no, we need
You're
to
not
do
useful for
something
the
different. We need to start interdisciplinary work. In most,
How did a schmuck like you get on the board of Rockefeller? What year was that?
I don't remember, like, I think 89 or 91.
So that's one of the most prestigious research places in the world, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how did a guy like you get on the board of Rock? A blue blood, internationally known, hard research, Nobel Prize winners all over the place. How do they pick a guy like you, a trader from, or basically some guy from Bear Stearns?
Good question. So I was asked to be on the board of Rockefeller. And I think I was on the board of Rockefeller. There was a money manager who said Rockefeller needs someone with financial expertise because the university is growing and there's lots of new things. You have to, again, we go back to the original discussion the last time. Up until the mid-80s or sort of mid-70s, the most important thing was to get a name. If you were Rockefeller, you were already considered to be brilliant. If you were head of General Motors, it was your reputation. It was who you knew, who your family was, what was your character. And then in the mid-70s, basically, if you remember, you probably had a calculator.
No.
Very advanced in those days to have a Texas Institute.
No, it's how many followers you have on
It
social
would
media.
it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first thing. Everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. A simple almost like your account. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations. So it's not only mathematics, but it's things that could be calculated. Reputation couldn't be calculated. I could give you a 10 on a reputation scale, an 8. What does it mean to have a measurement of your reputation? We'll get to that later. But places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced, it was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board? Potentially sit on the finance committee. Nancy Kissinger and a bunch of other people. And David Rockefeller and I got along very well. He was this unbelievable human being. Respectful to everyone. He introduced his driver as his colleague, not his driver. He would never say, this is my driver. He said, it's my colleague. And David started to explain to me world politics. So David would say, Jeffrey, money is going to be sort of the most important thing. People don't understand money. You seem to have this knack for money. I said to David, tell me about your life. What was the worst and the best part of your life? So David said, when I grew up, everyone knew I was a Rockefeller. They didn't know that my father told me he would not leave me a dime. No money. But every time we went out to eat, me and my 5 friends in school, they would leave me the bill. They would expect me to pick up the check because I was a Rockefeller. And he said, I was chairman of Chase Bank. And he said, I remember like it was yesterday, one of the headlines in Time magazine said, David, please fire yourself. So he thought that there was a world that existed that would be a combination of both politics and business and leadership. What do I mean? He formed something called the Trilateral Commission. The Trilateral Commission is some spooky stuff. People said it was something, people that, the Illuminati, there's some mystery about it, people that ran the world. It was politicians, but David said most countries, the politicians get elected for 4 years or 8 years, separate from the royal families in England or in the Middle East. Someone's there for 4 years and then they're not there anymore. The most important people to have stability and consistency would be businessmen. So he formed this Trilateral Commission of businessmen and politicians from 3 major continents. So it was the North Americans, the Europeans, and the Asians. So he said to me, would you like to be on the Trilateral Commission? No. I was 30 years old, 32 years old. I said, great. And he said, well, you have to fill out this application so they have your bio. And I looked at the list of people, and there was Bill Clinton, former president of the United States, Paul Volcker, every great leader in America, the Asians, the Japanese, and with a very long description of their history. And they asked me to fill in what I would like to have written. And I wrote Jeffrey Epstein, comma, just a good kid, which I thought was funny, nobody else did. So answer to your question, at that time I recognized around the world that monies and currencies were not really well understood. But again, it was only numbers. So numbers, and I'll get to the fact that it was bad thinking. Numbers are very good.
Are most people even on a Trilateral Commission, when you meet most people, do you find most leaders financially illiterate, economically illiterate?
Most political leaders don't come out of a background of finance. Most political leaders come out of a background of being popular. So in some of the countries, in some of the African countries, for example, they might have been a military person, they were a general. In some of the African countries, they might have been a disc jockey. Or in our country, they would have been an actor. The knowledge of money they don't have expertise, they have no degrees in finance. They really, and this is one of the major problems, their expertise, if they have any financial knowledge, is of their own checking account or bank account and filling in their own taxes. So many world leaders who don't really have a financial underpinning make fundamental errors when it comes to money on a country or institutional level. Let me give you an example. If you, Mr. Bannon, if I said your assets increased last year, you'd say, that sounds pretty good. And I said, what does that mean to you? You'd say, well, I have more money. Yes, I'm wealthier. I'd say yes. And if your debt increased, would you feel wealthier or poorer? You'd say, well, I don't want to have increased debt. I don't like the idea of that sound, increased debt. Now, that and world leaders understand when their assets go up, they feel better. However, institutions like banks things that people don't really understand are financial underpinnings of banks. When I say your bank, Mr. Bannon, you have the Bannon Bank, you doubled your assets. Sounds good, but what does it really mean? It means people owe you more money. You don't have any money, more money. What? Yeah. A bank's assets are how much it is owed by other people. That's crazy. So if the bank goes from $2 billion of assets to $10 billion, it means people owe it an additional $8 billion, but their assets have gone up. So the terminology of assets and liabilities is different for banks. It's not natural. And what most people, and you asked a question about world leaders, there's many people, I think your old boss Mercer understood, there's a fundamental part of money, which is called fractionalized banking. And fractionalized banking is something that finance people understand, and the people on the street, and when I say people on the street, that's where I was when I started on Wall Street, would find it impossible to believe. Impossible. Why? Bannon Bank, I give you $1, just one single dollar. In our system of banking, I would say, okay, Steve, I gave you $1. How much can you lend out to your friends? And the natural reaction would be probably something less than $1 because I want to keep something in my pocket. The way our system works is if you as a bank are holding my $1, you can lend out an additional $8 or $9. No, it's impossible. I only have $1, Jeffrey. We have something called fractionalized reserves. If you have 1, you can lend out 9. That's the way our system works. And so not only do world leaders not understand banking, but the man on the street, my father worked in the park department, it would be beyond his imagination that people could lend out more money than they actually had in their pocket. Next question.
But how did this, in understanding that, when you get on something like the Trilateral Commission, you're on the board of Rockefeller, which is the most advanced research. You get brought to the Trilateral, which is the elite of the elite. How, since you're only at that time 8 years from teaching adult, right? You're adult 10 years. 10 years teaching adult.
Yes.
Walk us through. I mean, put us in the room. Walk me through exactly what it felt like. What it felt like being on the board at Rockefeller. You got these Nobel laureates, and you're sitting there making decisions, and you start to meet these people at Rockefeller. And you start to meet these people at the Trilateral Commission. What did it feel like?
That's a great question. So what did it feel like?
I'm in the business of asking.
What did it feel like meeting some of these people like Kissinger or Rockefeller? And those are two extraordinary people.
Who is Rockefeller? Jay-Z, right?
Yeah, his
Wall
company.
Street, I tell the
Or
story.
his label.
The first day, one of the first days when I was in Wall Street, someone said to me, "Would you like to buy ATV?" And I was looking in the brochure, and I couldn't figure out what stock had a symbol of ATV. And when I finally said, "Well, I can't find it," and they said, what's the matter with you? Do you want to buy ATV? Which is, he was selling hot televisions, stolen televisions from the floor of the American Stock Exchange, referred to in common parlance as the televisions fell off the truck. So I knew what that phrase meant from Coney Island. But what I found was most people, what be in business, in normal life, or in the world leaders, don't really understand money. It is something they think about. They have a sense of what it is. They certainly want more of it. But they also make statements like, we want more money, but we don't want more debt, which just shows a misunderstanding of what money at its core really is. So most people don't, they want to make it, they want to save it, but to understand it intimately is not a normal character.
At the first Trilateral. Or something. me approximate. You joined the trilateral commission,
It might be
and we'll be able to show we'll pull down the chart of where your name was, but just give me roughly when it was.
I think it could be 90. I don't remember.
Let's say early nineties.
Yes.
When you got the trilateral commission and had the first, you remember where the first meeting was?
It was in Tokyo.
In Tokyo, in what hotel?
Well, I would like to say the Hilton, but it's probably not.
And it's a 3-day, 4-day? Give me
It's
some,
a 3-day event and.
walk me through the whole thing. It
Speeches.
starts with a dinner, maybe just walk me through it.
It was boring.
You couldn't possibly think it was boring, it's
It
bullshit.
was boring.
You had any stars in your eyes.
No.
Did you fly over privately?
Yes, but it wasn't my plan.
So it didn't count?
No.
Oh, that's right.
You fly over.
Yes.
And
it was
who were the first, like when you first met those leaders, you had to be wild.
No.
You're 10 years out of Coney Island.
No, I'm not loud.
If you think your child may have autism, it's important to act quickly. At Action Behavior Centers, we want to reduce barriers to diagnostic support for pediatricians and families.
Before we get into the deep stuff, let's give some basics or some things I want to do in course for notice. Walk me through the Santa Fe Institute. What was it about?
Did it just start over?
The time, the math, and this was in the late 90s. So they're not going to hear me on this part.
Oh,
The first trilateral,
1.7 million.
oh wow.
or something. Just give me approximate. You joined the trilateral commission,
It might be.
and we'll be able to show we'll pull down the chart of where your name was, but just give me roughly when it was.
I think it could be 90. I don't remember.
Let's say early 90s. When you got the trilateral commission and had the first, you remember where the first meeting was?
It was in Tokyo.
In Tokyo, in what hotel?
Well, I would like to say the Hilton, but it's probably not.
And it's a 3-day, 4-day? Give me
It's
some,
a 3-day event and.
walk me through the whole thing. It
Speeches.
starts with a dinner, just walk me through it.
It was boring.
You couldn't possibly think it was boring,
It
it's
was
bullshit.
boring.
You had any stars in your eyes.
No.
Did you fly over privately?
Yes, but it wasn't my plan.
So it didn't count?
No.
You fly over.
Yes.
And
And it was.
who were the first, like when you first met those leaders, you had to be wild.
No.
You're 10 years out of Coney Island.
No, I'm not wowed by people in position. I'm wowed by people with great ideas. And I don't care if it's the bus
It's
driver.
12-12.
I don't care if it's a student I had who has kids coming out.
And these guys have got great ideas of the leaders of the 3 great continents of the world, North America, Europe, and Japan.
Oh, you are manifesting?
Yes.
Because they're popular and they were able to get votes, or they were able to convince people to vote for them. I learned later. Many of them were just good at what they did in terms of politics. Right? World leaders are politicians in general. They're not scientists. They're not.
Do you be manifesting when you see like double numbers or like 1-1,
At the
2-2?
first trilateral commission meeting that you were in Tokyo sometime in the early 90s, do you remember what were the big issues of the day that they were talking about, and what did you think about it?
Yeah, in fact, it was funny because they were talking about inflation, and they were worried that what would happen. How do you control inflation? And as a mathematician, I didn't understand the concept. I don't understand the concept today. How's that possible? Well, when you talk about most things to do with money, money is meant to be local. It's US dollars. Then I understand what it means. If inflation means my dollar today inflates, and it doesn't buy as much as it did a couple of years ago. The prices go up. I don't have this. It seems that everything's great, but in fact my dollar is shrinking in value.
You're the financial genius here. I'm just a lowly M&A guy.
If you let me finish the thought.
Go ahead.
So if you're in America, you can feel inflation. Your salary's gone up, but you can't buy the same car. It starts to feel weird because the value.
That's why I wanted to answer the question of that. That's my point. Sure. The people who live and breathe this, the central banks, have been haunted by the specter of inflation since the late 70s.
Yes.
First off, tell our audience, how did that happen? The two great financial events in the 20th century, I'm not going to go to the 21st, were the Great Inflation in Europe after World War One, the Great Depression, the hyperinflation in Germany that led to the rise of Hitler, and then this inflation in the mid-70s. What was before you go to explain inflation? Why is the specter of inflation always the central thing in central bankers' minds?
It's only Barack
Because
Obama
it goes
that's
back to this first concept.
the president that they've never come out and said he did something wrong, or is it that I had not follow up with the news with about him?
And most systems, in fact, are not well understood. We don't know how our
You
digestive
don't
system.
understand what I mean.
This is
Like you said, they never said anything bad about him, right? Yeah. Yeah, they haven't. I haven't heard anything bad about him. I said I haven't heard anything bad about him.
Yeah, they just don't support his opinion.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I've heard about him. But
Other than that, he hasn't been doing anything crazy.
The currency traders, the guys making billion-dollar bets every day, the legendary guy on Wall Street in the late 90s, the Salon brothers,
Ranieri?
no, the guy that wrote the money,
Michael Lewis?
Lars Poker? Yeah, and Lars Poker, who's that about, that great trader?
Ranieri.
No, it wasn't the guy that ran the desk, that eventually ran the hedge fund that went, long-term capital.
Yes, I don't remember.
Who's the guy?
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Lunar is big, but those guys have to understand the system perfectly.
No, they don't understand the system. They understand the local part of the system. So, for example, why is not only inflation, most bankers are terrified if the public understood that the bank really doesn't have their money at any one time. It's one of the things during the Depression, there were runs on the bank. The reason the banks don't keep much money in the actual bank is they assume that not everyone's going to want their money on the same day. So that's not really the fear of inflation. The fear is a run on the bank. Everybody wants to take out something that doesn't really exist. Inflation is tied to interest rates. It's a more complicated example. But when your money doesn't buy the same amount of product this year than it did last year, it buys less and less. Like it happened, you used the term hyperinflation. There's certain countries that are not managed well, like in Africa at the current, a $100 billion bill, $100 billion bill in Zimbabwe is worth 1 American cent. That's the perfect example of hyperinflation. It goes up, it doubles every day. So people are afraid that their value in the system starts to break down. But so if I said to you, does your doctor understand your body system? You'd say, well, I hope so. You say, I want to keep me healthy. But you could have a kidney infection, you could have a heart attack, you could have a broken knee. There's lots of pieces of this system. And in fact, when you ask the question, very few doctors understand your entire body. There's a specialist for your knee, there's a specialist for your polynoidal cyst, there's a specialist for your head, and now we have specialists in different areas. So I'm going to get to your first question about Santa Fe Institute. The world economy and your body are both comprised of little systems interacting with each other and making one big system.
This is what's stunning for all the little guys out there, the populist movement, the little guys that haven't had a pay raise in 30 years. They think that these elites, have everything. The guys in the room making the decisions, the party at Davos guys. You're sitting there, and you don't think many people today really understand the complexity and really all the moving pieces and how they interconnect in the world financial system.
Not only don't they understand the complexity, and that goes back to Santa Fe Institute was an attempt of trying to see if there was a way to mathematize, formularize, or algorithmically understand what the term complexity means. That goes back to the original question. Complex systems are complex by definition. But there's not necessarily, it's not one level of complexity. We might say, well, our fingers are complex, the movements, the muscles of our hands, but it's not as complex as the blood system. Now I have a circulatory system. I have systems on top of systems, so that there's no one group or person that really understands the way the body works. There's no one group that understands the way the financial systems work. You might understand U.S. bond market. Now you asked about the trade of long-term capital. that was a bond fund. Very small part of this very complex system. So the goal of the Santa Fe Institute was to see, is there a way to get in, somehow understand how complex systems interact? Fast forward, Steve, to today, where Google and these other engine companies, the other tech companies, are trying to build artificial intelligence. The strangest thing that they found, one of the strangest things, is that the systems that they designed, this artificial intelligence, which lots of people have heard about, is they design a bunch of systems they're called neural nets. Terms simply taken out of brain work, neurons in the brain. Nets because they actually look like a net. They put in some inputs. The computers work, spit out an answer. Sounds normal to you. It's because you're thinking about that calculator you had in 1976 on your desk. When you ask the person who designed the system, how did it come to that answer? How did your neural net, can you show me the calculations? They say, no, we don't know. We don't know how the thing we designed actually came up with that answer. That's pretty strange. They take the same neural net now and they put it in front of a video game. No learning, nothing. They say to the computer, they say, sit in front of your video game and learn how to play. It seems the computer learns better than any human in history, faster than any human in history, beats any human in history. But when you ask the designer how did it do it, no one knows. It just did it. So that's the first little touch of things that we already have gotten to a place where we don't understand it, and we built it.
On Sunday afternoon, September 14th, 2008, where were you?
Sorry?
It was the night they put Lehman Brothers in bankruptcy in London.
I was in jail.
Seriously?
Yes.
So the financial crisis of 2008 happened when you were in jail?
Yes.
This is going to be so amazing.
Oh, he has been to jail before.
This is going to be so amazing.
A rich
I
man.
take it you couldn't have your Wall Street Journal dropped off to you in the morning, your Financial Times.
No.
How did you hear about that? How did you hear about? Because I want
I forgot about this, but yes.
I'm trying to.
Oh, it involved you. You forget about it.
Let's go back. Sunday afternoon, because I want to find out about people, the geniuses understanding the complexity of the financial system. Because I think the best example we have is the financial crisis, the crash of 2008. Sunday afternoon, September 14th, I think it was, 2008, is when they were working foolishly in Midtown Manhattan at the Lehman Brothers offices and various law firms around town, in with the Secretary of Treasury and the Federal Reserve, what they're going to do with Lehman. They decided they weren't going to save it. And so they prepared to put it into bankruptcy at the opening of the market in London the next day. How did you hear about what was going to happen to Lehman Brothers, and what did you immediately think when you heard that it was going to be put into bankruptcy?
I'm glad you asked that question. I was in solitary confinement September 14th. And again, some of the public stories about the wonderful time I had in jail and of my work release, which didn't come for months after. I'd been there since June in an 8x10 cell with a bed in the back, 6-foot bed in the back, a chrome sink with a toilet attached to it, and a little piece of metal sticking out that was supposed to act as a table. Now, since I was in jail, there were no books. Why? There's no library. No library, but you're in jail. No, I was in jail, not prison. So in jail, I was in a place that's called the Special Housing Unit, which is for the roughest, toughest, meanest people. They put me there, they said, for my own protection. So I was in an 8x10 cell with a little slit in the door, where they would serve my food on a tray about 9 inches by 4 inches. And then as soon as I finished eating, they'd take the tray and close it down. And one of the guards said, you understand there's Wall Street's crashing. I'm worried about my pension fund. What should I do? And I said, sorry, Wall Street's crashing, what's happening?
Oh my goodness.
And he said, there's some crisis and some companies are going bankrupt. I said, are you sure? And he said, yeah, it's all over the papers. We're all terrified. We're going to lose our life savings because we have either a 401k or our pension funds. We don't know anything about money. Mr. Epstein, can you tell us what's going on? Am I going to be able to afford my children's education? Am I going to be bankrupt? It's like this company called Lehman Brothers. And there's another company in the front page today called Bear Stearns. Oh no, I said. Why? Because that's the company I was a partner in. And in fact, that was a company I had a very large investment in. So, there's a great story. I didn't have my Wall Street Journal, but in the early mornings, you're allowed to make 2 phone calls, collect. And when you pick up the phone, you can dial a number, and when the person picks up, they say, you're getting a call from the Palm Beach County Jail. Will you accept reverse charges? And the person either says yes, and the call goes through, or the person says no. The person I called was Jimmy King, the president of Bear Stearns. And I said, tell me what's going on. And so that my knowledge of the financial crisis happened to Jimmy at the center of the store, telling me about the Lehman had gone under, and they were trying to figure out a way, should they bail out Bear Stearns?
Did it strike you at the time of the mess you had made of your life to be in a situation that you're one of the greatest financial minds in the world, looked at by world leaders and asked their, your thinking by the most prominent, important people in the world, and here you are in solitary confinement, you can't even make a collect call. Somebody would strike you at the time.
I thought she was alright.
How
I'm sorry.
all the regular life
I'm not. Immediately I remember to
put you in a position
put it in the dryer. If I don't,
I be doing it too.
I'll forget, and then I have to wash again.
So it never struck you that it had collect one of your 50% of your collect calls that day. You call the president or the head of the CEO of Bear Stearns. The biggest financial event in your life is taking place, of which one, every important person in the world would be seeking your opinion. Number 2 would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to apply your craft. Number 3, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money if you were smart. Obviously, you're smart. You're telling me here, truthfully, that it never hit you at all of how you ended up in a place where you had to make a collect phone call from a jail cell that was 6 by 9 with a steel bed and your food being passed into a slot.
The question you want to ask is, who was the other call?
Who was the other call?
The other call was my friend at JP Morgan, who was then, I didn't know at the time, trying to buy Bear Stearns. So at one point, I had 2 phones. It was difficult because they're afraid people are going to hang themselves with a phone cord. So they don't actually come together when you're pretty short. So I was actually going between 2 phones, talking to Bear Stearns and JP Morgan at the same time. So I found the music.
Why did I feel like this man is ready to spill every other people's secret, but he's not ready to spill his own?
That's what it seems like.
You just, when they ask him about his own, he'll be like, I think I don't remember.
Right.
Can we move to another question?
You can't possibly expect me to.
They're like, I don't remember.
I don't believe it. It's you're telling me that during that day, you never had a moment where you sat there and go, what the fuck have I done with my life in a 6 by 9 jail cell when I should be on a trade desk or I should be in my $250 million, greatest townhouse in New York City, taking calls from the King of Saudi Arabia, the President of China, the head of Russia, the President of the United States, to save the world's population from a financial debacle. You're honestly expecting me to believe that that never happened.
You're suggesting I'm somewhat depressed and how could this happen to me?
I'm not saying depressed. I'm saying a moment of awareness of how could I get myself in this situation.
No, I'm just saying how strange that this happens. This is strange. I'm wearing a jumpsuit and flip flops.
What color was the jumpsuit?
Brown.
Brown jumpsuit.
Yes.
I notice I don't see you in a lot of brown. Brown jumpsuit and flip-flops.
Flip-flops, yes.
With no access to books, no access to newspapers,
No access to anything.
You had lived on information.
Except my almond joy bars. Extra almond joy bars.
Did you eat almond joy bars and things like that because you're afraid of what the cooks did to your food?
Yes.
Is that because of that you were in for the crimes that you were in for?
No, it was just, in fact, I was,
because you're wealthy?
yeah.
How did you know that?
Well, people would constantly, I was passing by and have to go for my medical. People would either ask to borrow money or make some extra comments about it. And they began.
I think you get over the comments.
It served two fucking rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes. So all this rumor you hear all the time about people in prison that commit the type of crimes you commit, you're saying in your personal thing is not true.
No.
It was all because they were rich.
Yes.
And it was all because they wanted to borrow money.
We'll get advice.
Huh.
Yes.
Where they get advice to go long,
Yes,
Are you
because
telling me
it's just time to buy.
you're telling me in solitary confinement they're interested in going long?
Yeah. They want to go.
What does that say about human nature?
Well, I think that people find, one of the reasons they wanted to keep me in solitary confinement is they're afraid that everybody would want to know which stocks to buy. But what happened was, after this crisis, now it's on the front page of every newspaper. Sorry.
When you first heard that, was it Bear Stearns had been kicked into bankruptcy, 6 months before?
No, this is the same time. This is part of the same deal.
I thought Bear Stearns, they saved Bear Stearns and didn't save Raymond Vickers. That's 6 months before they had bailed out Bear Stearns. But Bear Stearns was still a zombie.
Exactly what for, the show was.
A form of something. But they, quote unquote, saved. Why did they make the decision, in your mind, why did Hank Paulson and Bernanke, this concept of moral hazard? Explain to the audience what moral hazard is. Why did they save Bear Stearns 6 months before? And why did the smartest guys in the room decide not to save Lehman Brothers?
It's a good question. The real issue is I'd have to go back when you have these systems to the way your doctor responds to any type of emergency in your body. If they might decide to say
You want chew meat? You have teeth. These children. I see the way he's crying. I see they knocked something on his head. On her head.
Baby took his food. Oh.
I know Tito.
What really happened? Jeffrey, what really happened? What is this financial some of the progressives and the right wing blame it on the banks. It was the banks. And it's the fault of this very esoteric, unknown concept of derivatives. It was really the derivatives that caused this financial crisis because the derivatives got somehow out of control with in the Mickey Mouse.
And that was the way you started your financial, you're going to a billionaire went right to derivatives.
Yeah. But derivatives was not the cause. Derivatives was not the cause at all. It's like saying you got hair was the cause of your heart attack because it was on top.
So what was the cause?
There isn't, let me say, there's no one specific cause. There's a system collapse. So many times when you have to make your death certificate, when you say, well, what did he die from? Let's say heart failure. Doesn't say what was the cause of his heart failure? Well, he had blood pressure, his sugar was high, he was diabetic, he had all these other problems. They say, no, we need a word on your death certificate. He died from brain damage, who died from heart failure. That's the financial crisis. Many people say, well, what caused it? They wrote like, oh, it's debt certificates, derivatives. But derivatives were not a fundamental, derivatives are not a fundamental cause of anything.
So was it Sunday or Monday? I think it was Monday morning when you made your two collect calls and were talking to Bear Stearns on one hand and Morgan Stanley on the other. JP Morgan. Did you, that was Monday morning, did you, Jeffrey, being one of the financial geniuses in the world, did you understand what Lehman Brothers went into bankruptcy, the domino effect, that by Thursday, the financial system would be under such extremis, if it didn't have $1 trillion cash infusion in the United States, it might collapse? Did you know that? Did you view that?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
Why?
Again, I don't want to bore you or the audience with the idea of it's a medical procedure, but you had system failures. So you'd recognize that if I said to you, you realize when his father was on the ground and he was clutching his chest and he couldn't breathe, it was a bad situation and he could die. That's how I saw it.
Did you know, I mean, the thing about the commercial paper market, I mean, the mechanical triggers that actually had to blow through these circuit boards? Did you know of the circuits? Did you understand the circuits? Did you have a concept of the circuits that were going to get blown through?
Yes. But the only person with analogy to the body. In fact, from my telephones against the wall with my little metal wires, because the next day I talked to another person in Washington about the issues of what I thought was happening, and I made the same discussion about
They were at the Treasury Department?
yes.
So in a 6x9 cell in
Exposure outside the cell.
in Palm Beach County, California,
West Palm Beach, Florida.
West Palm Beach, Florida.
That's what we reduced by it.
West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. You're making a call to Washington D.C. to talk to some deputy secretary. Someone in Treasury. And that does not, the night before you go to bed, it doesn't dawn on you at all. You never have a moment of self-reflection that, how did I end up on this metal cot when I should be at the center of things?
No, I had a telephone, so I said, I can talk to, it makes no difference where I am. In fact, I'm still talking to the same person if I was at my home in Palm Beach. But I'm here in jail. I can dial my own phone.
No, but you can also make 1,000 phone calls. Here you gotta make one. He's gotta take.
Think how much better that was. I had to decide who was the right person to call. That was unusual for me, because I would have called 20 people.
And what was the advice you gave?
I said, you have a sick patient, and it's very much like a sick patient in the emergency room. You can't think about it like a car. People in normal walks of life think about money and things as a machine. And unfortunately, so if your car breaks, cars are always easy to fix. My jets, my cars, if it breaks, I know it can be fixed because it simply follows the same pattern. If this part breaks, you replace the part and the thing works again. People and the financial system are not machines. They can't be fixed the same way. You can't simply take out the bottom, put some more juice into the commercial paper market, and that's like replacing the carburetor on the car. It's much more, I have a patient who can't breathe, has a stomach problem, can't see, looks bleeding at the same time. What do I do first? I have to think about it as a system. Where's the most logical place? What's the most dangerous place? If your heart stops, you have to start your heart again. If in the equivalent to the money market, why do I have to start your heart again? You need to get your blood flowing. If your blood stops, you sit you're dead. If liquidity, which is the equivalent of blood in the financial system, dries up,
What's the liquidity is based on cash, putting cash into the
forget about what it is. Liquidity is liquidity. It allows the system, it's the blood of the system. You pump blood hard into the body of the economy to keep it flowing. And if you, especially when you're worried about someone dying, you're not going to be worried about the niceties of, well, you got the shirt dirty, or some damage. Pump in that blood, keep that
When
blood
you
pumping.
talked to the person in Treasury on Tuesday, the 16th, did you get a feeling as you were sitting in your 6x9 jail cell, you West Palm Beach, Florida, that they were on top of things.
No, you can't, it's impossible to be on top of things. There's no such thing. It's again, the doctor watching the patient die, you hopefully have some confidence that he's seen it before. He recognizes that there's some steps he has to take first before he bandages the guy's finger or worries about what shoes he has on. So you hope that the people in charge, your doctors who work on the emergency patient, have enough experience and, frankly, judgment to try to keep the patient alive.
Did you think that they had those things, patience and judgment?
They had pretty good judgment, and you needed a lot of luck, just like in the dead patient. You need to, hopefully you put that blood in and it's not too late. And you make some mistakes, but you have to know you're gonna have to give it a shot.
In the run-up to the September crash of 2008,
Yeah.
I guess you weren't occupied with finance. That whole summer, how long had you been in jail?
I went to jail June 30th.
So the entire summer.
Yes.
Before you went into jail, you were still very active in the financial markets.
Yes.
When you say active, you trade currencies every day, you trade stocks every day. When people,
I don't do it.
someone like you, or give advice to people to trade stocks or trade currencies.
I don't trade every day. I think that's, like Woody Allen said, you can't beat the bank. So I try to pick my spots. George Soros picked his spot when the pound collapsed. This would have been a great money-making opportunity that passed me by when I was in jail, but that's not how I think.
In the run-up to that, in the spring of 2008, that's when Bear Stearns got a problem. In the spring of 2008, and they decided to bail it out. Did the Bear Stearns guys talk to you for advice at that time in the big crisis in Bear Stearns?
No, see, again, unbeknownst to most people, and it's easy to blame people for the financial crisis, like you blame someone for giving your father the drink before he had his heart attack. But what really happened?
Do you support Israel and the Jewish people? Now, more than ever, Israel needs committed friends around the world to voice their support in her struggle for peace and security, especially as terrorists seek to wipe the Jewish state and the Jewish people from the map. You can show your solidarity with Israel and the Jewish people by requesting your free U.S.-Israel flag pin. This is a gift from the fellowship to you as we say Toda Rabba. Thank you so much for helping spread this crucial message of support. Join the thousands of Christian support.
You can put on something else if you want. Are you still listening?
Yes, I'm listening. I'm sorry.
Okay,
You don't listen to it?
No, I'm still listening to it. I just didn't know if you want.
I would tell you these great things.
I'm sorry, did that was
Because
your...
of what Bob Woodward did to the financial, deregulated the financial system?
No. Because as of the last time we had our 60-minute interview, you talked to me about home ownership. And you asked me whether everyone should own a home. And I told you no, it's too risky.
So the financial collapse of 2008 is because of hardworking African Americans, Hispanics, and whites who wanted to have an ownership stake in the society that all rests on their shoulders. They're the culprits.
No, not true. I didn't say they were the culprits. I was pretty clear with Bill Clinton. And why was it Bill Clinton? Because Bill Clinton wanted to get votes from those people. And he sold them the idea that instead of renting a house, and historically the values of houses have gone up, and he said, you guys in these local communities who haven't been able to afford a house before, I'm going to show you a way. I'm going to give you a way, because I'm sure I'll get your vote, that you can own a house, because I want your vote. So what we're going to do is, I'm going to let you buy a house, Mr. Bannon, when you really, if you're not right on the border, maybe you're not even on the border, your credit is not good. Let's be honest. And it's not my fault, it's not Bill Clinton's fault, but whatever happens, at the moment your credit score or whatever it is, your credit's not good. Now, normally, you come to me and you want to borrow money, I'm a bank, and I say, I'm sorry, Mr. Bannon, I can't lend you money because your credit score is not up to where it needs to be. Hopefully, if you work harder and clean up some of your problems, it will be. But no, what I say to you is, I'm going to figure out a way to lend you, not give you. I'm going to lend you money anyway, though you don't have a good credit score. And don't worry, I'm going to get rid of the term that you don't have bad credit. Bad credit sounds pejorative. You don't want to be a person.
Sounds judgmental.
Yes, sounds judgmental. So what we're going to do is we're going to call your credit situation subprime. Nobody knows what that means. Subprime. That means prime is good credit. Subprime is not good credit. Less than good credit. So we'll call it something that people really won't follow. And we'll tell you what. We're going to have people lend you money though you are a subprime borrower. And I will figure out some government agencies to guarantee your loan. Though I don't think you're a good risk. So the banks say, no, we don't want initially. The bank said, sorry, this is too risky, Mr. President, for us. We're in the business of managing risk. It's not our money. It's the hard-working people's money sitting in our bank. We can't lend to people whose credit is not prime. You're asking us to lend to people who are subprime. And he says, it's a key. If you don't, Mr. Banner, I'm going to make sure the Justice Department charges you with discriminatory lending because you refuse to lend to my subprimers. In business terms, you should never lend to that. But what we'll do is I'm going to form an agency called Fannie Mae and Ginnie Mae, another agency names. They'll guarantee your loan. Don't worry. Don't worry. You don't have to pay it back anymore. Even though maybe you don't even have to work as hard anymore. That's probably a harsh statement, but these players, these two big firms, Fannie Mae, will guarantee the fact that that bank will receive its money. Now, the bank says, wow, best deal in history. I refused to lend to Mr. Bannon, but now he has the big brother, Uncle Sam. He went to his Uncle Sam, and Uncle Sam says, I'm guaranteeing it. The bank says, I want everybody. Give me as many people as you can give me. Because Uncle Sam is the best credit in the world, not only that, but the United States government. We'll take it all. We'll take as much subprime as we can handle, because it's the best investment for the moment. Strange investment because it has politics and inserted its way into the numbers. Politics doesn't belong in the market. But now we're going to have, I want the vote, we'll make guarantees that you can't get a house mortgage, you'll be able to get a house from the bank. The bank says, this is the best deal in history. We will package 100, 300, 1,000 of you subprimers and we'll sell it off to somebody else. And the whole system becomes mired in subprime mortgages. Becomes the
What do you mean mired? Is there so much supply, is the supply and demand problem, there's more supply?
Well, it's a very good question. What does too much supply mean? Well, then you get the people go back to the first question to me. Government leaders. Government leaders know if they're good, and they can do mathematics, they can balance their checkbooks. So certain people in Congress said, well, how do you value these subprime mortgages? The banks said, we've been valuing them the same way we've always valued them for the past 20 years. The accounting firms is something in this country called GAAP accounting, which is a standard type of accounting. And we account them the same way we've always accounted for them. If we paid $1,000 for your mortgage, night. When we put it on our books today, we don't say its value is $1,000. Makes sense. I paid for it, but what's its value? It's $1,000. That's what I paid for it last night. Now, the Congress people said, that's not really a good answer, you know. That doesn't give us confidence that you know what you're doing. Because what happens if you have to sell it tomorrow morning? If something's happened, you have to sell it. Remember, it's kinds of stress tests. Would you be able to value it at what you paid for it the day before? And Wall Street says, that's not the way you can think about this. This is crazy. We always value things at the cost from the day before. And they changed the accounting method. In essence, to say, not what it was worth yesterday, but if I have to sell, what would it be worth? That's impossible. So what happens is, every bank now has to value something they bought yesterday at lower than they paid. Never before in 20 years did they have to do this. So something they bought at 1,000, on their books was 1,000, is now 990. That starts to, you asked the question about what did I start to think about. Something's 1,990, this person now has to value it at 980.
When did you first start to get nervous, understanding Bill Clinton and all this? Did you change glasses?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, sure.
That's a little black. Yeah, great. I think we're gonna have all kind of changes.
It's very right.
When did you get a feeling? Did you ever anticipate before it happened something like 2008 could happen?
No.
How did that be?
It's the word I'm going to to death is that very much like this. Would I anticipate I'll have a heart attack tomorrow? Unlikely.
Was 2008 a heart attack or a stroke? Debilitating?
I don't, it was both. Why was it both?
How old is he?
As I said, life was getting
Oh,
the system.
that man is old. I would say at least like 70, 60, 70 probably.
You really ain't doing that.
It's easy. It's always been working in the background. I mean, if you have an older parent, would you say it's possible, do you anticipate him having a heart attack today? No, you hope things are going to go better and maybe they'll fix it up. The system was getting too complex, and it wasn't based on the river. Because what people keep forgetting, and I'm just explaining.
What?
Wall Street and in many professions, including Wall Street makes it sound complicated. They don't want the little guy to understand what they do because they make so much money, and they don't.
He was born in he's 66. He was 66. He died in 2019. So 19?
Different types of contracts. It's all failure. Everyone is capable of understanding. It is not common. But Wall Street, because they make so much money from doing very simple things, needs to make it
They say his cause of death was suicide, but he didn't kill himself. He got those people in prison that killed him. I would say somebody hired.
Yeah, personality.
Yeah, somebody born on January 20th.
Parents of children who play Roblox.
Can't believe he's a Capricorn.
If your child was sexually exploited, abused, or pressured to share explicit content by someone they met.
Roblox?
We had a very big recession.
Your kids play Roblox?
Based upon
I don't know
real estate
how that goes.
in Japan.
I love them to watch Roblox. Fine. Math.
Recession in the 90s, I don't know what it's based upon. It's always interesting to look back and say, it's separate from, there's certain triggers, like in the 70s, it was
What do you think of the baseline of the numbers down here? It's clear that it was a huge downturn.
No, I know there was a downturn. That's what I know for sure.
That's a fact.
That's all. Everything else is sort of speculation about why do we have.
Understand that there is some speculation that has 0% probability of being true, and there's others that have 90%. In the range when you look at the range of alternatives of what could have cost in 90, and what I'm trying to do is get you all the way to 2090. Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right? You know that. Do you think there's anybody in the world today?
This is gonna be a bad question.
No, but do you think anybody in the world today? The Alan Greenspans, the Bernanke's, is there any central bank you know, any partner of any Wall Street firm, any guy running a trading desk, I would take it that would be, or anybody at a Larry Fink at BlackRock, Steve Schwartzman at Blackstone, the top 100 financial guys, let's go in a couple of Nobel economists, and let's go in the best professors at Wharton, at Harvard, at Stanford. Do you think that there's anybody that understands money or understands the world's financial system as good as you?
There must be.
But it doesn't come to the top of the head. Okay, fine. Now that I've gotten that, let's go back to 1990. In that arc from the fall of the Berlin Wall to 2008, we started with the implosion in Tokyo of the Japanese economy, Japanese financial markets. We had the huge run-up in internet stocks, right? We had the implosion of that in 2000. The bankruptcy of the Drexel firm, implosion of Japan, huge run-up in equity markets for the internet, implosion of the internet 10 years later roughly. And then this run-up through the Iraq War and all that to run up to 2008. Every 10 years it seems like we're in some sort of 10 years before the 1990s was the 70s.
You sound like an astrologer.
Okay.
And not a
I'm not a mathematician, it just seems to be a pattern of every 10 years.
That's misleading, that's exactly right. Because people like to see patterns. People like to see patterns where there are none.
So a pattern of a financial crisis every 10 years is just in my mind.
Yes.
Long-term capital had to be bailed out back in the late 90s when everybody came. And that wasn't a big, that bailout today was small. It was $5 billion, it was $30 billion.
Businesses fail all the time.
But they long-term capital, the Federal Reserve stepped in.
I'm saying people go bad. Things go bad all the time.
Yes, the local, you're correct. The audience is watching us, the little guys, they go bankrupt all the time and nobody gives a shit. You know why? They're a little guy. But when long-term capital management goes bankrupt, or Bear Stearns goes bankrupt, or Lehman Brothers goes bankrupt, people care because
it's an unfair characterization.
What do you say?
Because again, it's the complexity of the situation. If you think about you have a complex system, you have your body. Now, in fact, the little guy is my finger. This is
Bear Stearns is your heart.
That's correct. But the banking system is my heart. The system, I can't risk because remember, it's not only
You haven't been able to
hang on. I'm trying to hang, let's see if the hang on.
You haven't been able to, you're not good. You're like junior wizard. You haven't, say, since we can't name another guy that's as good as you, there may be a couple out there, you're not bragging, you're humble. It had to be sometime, please tell me, there was some time before you went to jail and basically got cut off from daily information in the summer of 2008, that you started to get very nervous that this complex system, that something was deeply wrong.
Okay, first, when I say no one understands the system better than I do, it doesn't mean I
You always
understand.
sound like a doctor afraid to get sued for giving a thing.
Yeah,
It's not, you're not taking on any liability, there's no contingent
Yes,
liability.
no, but the word understand is the problem. I don't understand the system. So I don't understand the financial system. Please stop.
But you said you understand the financial system right now.
We just went through our research, the hedge fund managers, the money managers.
Why are you changing your
the
mouth,
central
bro?
bankers, the commercial bankers, the heads of the investment banks, the heads of all the trading desks, the top economists,
She's
all
on.
the business school lectures at Stanford, all the
No,
top
she's not.
you can't name it top of your head. The guys that are recently level, you have to understand it somewhat.
No. So we all don't understand. No one understands. It's a mirror. It's this that's part of the problem. It's impossible to understand. That word understand simply means if this happens here, that will happen here. It's predictable. Understanding means it's predictable. It's not predictable. That's the problem. It's very, in complex systems, that was the fascination. Is there a way to tease out some level of predictability? No, in fact, you would ask the question, it's a great question, which was it a stroke or a heart attack? Now, most people don't know that before they're going to have a stroke, they have a stroke. They just have a stroke. Do they understand why? In hindsight, you go back and you can make lots of explanations. It might sound good, and if you're talking to the working man, you're using language that he'll never understand. It's complex. So just like going to his doctor, he says he has a gastrointestinal problem with diverticulitis, as opposed to saying, you had a stomach ache, you ate bad food. People don't like to say it in normal, everyman terms. The system
Please,
has
can you hear me
stroke.
Google his
We don't
children?
know why.
My children. What did they do for a living? Are they scammer like you?
Would you not agree?
Because I just feel bad. Like,
People having ownership in
those
the
people, these people
When
think.
you say ownership in the system,
Oh,
it doesn't mean
so it says, I'm gonna read you the overview. It says Jeffrey Epstein was an American child sex offender, serial rapist, and human trafficker who initially became famous for his
now there's a funny part of
purported success as a financer. He began his professional career as a teacher without a degree, hired by Donald Barr
Really?
at the Dalton School.
Yes.
After
Without a
his
degree.
without a degree. After his dismissal from the school in 1976, he entered the banking and finance sector, working at Bear Stearns in various roles before starting his own firm. Epstein cultivated an elite social circle and procured at least 1,000 underage girls and
Wow.
young women who were subjectively raped
had a higher level of
and
1,000.
sexually violent by him. Epstein made much of his fortune by providing tax and estate service to billions.
The billionaires.
Mm-hmm. Hello? Hey, Papi, how are
But it
you?
also meant that you had some sort of personal
Hello?
fiduciary
I'm okay. How about you? Did you get my message about
Well, that's what being a trustee,
my
that's
hair
what
and
you
everything?
do.
Yes, you get two cleaners. To try as a trustee in the jail because I was able to teach some of the kids and help them get their GED. So that's how.
Why have a little something?
There's no time, I gotta go back to this.
Well, I said I have a little something.
Yes.
You can't. There's
I work
something
from home
deeply
today.
fucked up with you.
Well, I'm not home, but
At least
you get
what we know there
you
are
get
many
you
people
can find me them.
You will get through this film, but you cannot possibly have to sit there.
That is the truth. I work from
knowing
home
that you
today.
came from nowhere.
I told you that. I work from home some days, and some days I go up to the
Outside of
office.
science, and maybe physics, the thing people most admire because of like alchemy, understanding high finance. To sit there in what will be the defining financial crisis of our time, like Black Friday and Black Monday,
No, not
whatever it was,
necessarily.
the Great Depression, and be there at that exact moment, triggered in part by a firm that you used to be a partner in and knew intimately well and created much of your initial net worth because of it. And know that you couldn't, someone who lives on a farm, right? Because you do live on a farm, right?
Correct.
You had to make just two collect calls. You cannot tell me sometime during that day, you did not have that conversation with yourself of how the fuck did I do this to myself to put myself in West Palm Beach in a 6x9 cell with a metal fucking bed
No, that's
with a brown
that's
shirt
not
that
what I
said
think.
trustee spelled wrong.
Did I find it amazing that I was there?
It's not amazing, and I don't want to say it's not funny. Oh, I thought
It wasn't funny.
But not amazing.
It was incredible.
Yeah, I know.
Incredible that what?
Incredible, like how do I do this?
Yeah, I know.
No. It's
I
as
know, I know.
incredible as me sitting here in this house. They are both just two sides of the coin. That's how I think about it. That my life today is incredible.
Do you consider yourself a stoic?
This man is crazy.
I consider myself a hermit. Stoics are not very happy.
Being a hermit then a 6x9 cell, being in the cell, qua the cell was not the problem, right?
Correct.
What was the problem?
Eating the almond joy bars.
Because you couldn't eat the food.
And then, but remember, my life is
Did that ever strike you that I can't eat the food because somebody might have done something to it? I gotta live off an almond joy bar, one a day or two a day or whatever.
No, but I just needed to get my hair done. That's all.
Your one almond joy bar, it did not hit you at some time? How the fuck did I do this?
No.
Wow.
As the longest serving
It's just easier on me having Queenie and trying to do my hair, spread it out. It just make my life a little easier. And I'm trying to get the house early and get to work and get them to where they need to be.
The Whataburger Monterey Melt is back?
It
They've
will.
got some nerve
They
showing
do
up
that
their
because she
own
kept my hair done. That's
bags.
why when I asked her for money to get it done, she gave it to me.
Let's go back to the spring of 2000. Were you so wrapped up in your personal issues at the time you were not spending enough time in the financial
Yeah.
markets, or were you deeply involved in the financial markets like you normally were?
Well, no, she'll always be with us.
And so we're
She's
saying
still
that
here,
the smartest guy in the world,
spiritually, probably not physically, but she's still here.
no, the bankruptcy of Bear Stearns, you just thought was a Bear Stearns company. You didn't see it as systemic.
I know you keep talking about it, but it's not.
Because you're a mathematician and understand systems. As
I-
soon as anybody understands that they have a systemic problem, you at least be the first on the early search radar. If you're not gonna see it, then I'm really afraid, because that means that I obviously,
She would
there's
be.
a set of guys out there that have some sort of sense that something's not right.
Imagine
I'm here in Conroe off of 105. I think it is. I sent you the address. I'm off of 105.
he's gonna tell you,
And
yeah, I
then,
didn't feel like something was off.
I sent you,
didn't feel
if you
right.
just click on the
My skin
address I
was
sent
bad.
you in our messages, and it'll take you straight to your
But
maps,
if you
and
ask
just
them
press
that day
go,
before,
and it'll take you straight
have a
here.
heart attack tomorrow, you know
It's just
it.
like 2 clicks, and,
That's funny.
well, you probably know the subdivision name, hold on. You know, I'm like a little past,
What complexity says is
Vernon's
that, in
Country
fact,
Catfish,
everything seems to go along.
like,
Look, see,
on
one
that,
of the great
hold on, let
examples
me,
Of complex systems is sand dunes. In fact, the sand keeps building up, people have seen some, and all of a sudden, one more sand drop, and this thing, all the sand starts running down the hill.
you know where the Tri Supply is off of 105?
Well, you funded,
Tri Supply, that's what it's called. That's,
I believe it was one of that, yeah.
but
yeah, I'm off of 105 copy, and
for the study of complexity.
So let's back up. So.
Off of Billingsgate Chase?
1993, so that's usually some sense, so I really funded.
yeah, copy. I know you don't. That's why I sent you the address in your messages.
Which was the high energy lab up in New Mexico, was losing all its scientists.
And it was talking about, it was where Oppenheimer, where a lot of the.
No, I'm at somebody's house.
That's when Manhattan.
It's the same way I did my hair last time.
Los Alamos, and you bought your property up in Mexico.
Well, I looked on like Google Maps and something like that.
For high energy physics. But
It wasn't hard. Just looked up hair braiding near me, and she talked up. Like I said, she did my hair before, so you know, it wasn't like no stranger.
Because again, people thought that physics and high energy physics really wasn't that important.
I'm muted. I had to mute
I
it.
don't even know that you can mute.
You can mute it, put
Oh,
the
wow.
camera,
But this
you can like
something
do video.
spring.
What's wrong, baby?
Isaac Newton says this is really weird. If I want to put a ball on the table, I have to touch it. Like maybe I have to blow it. But I actually have to push one side of the ball of the book to move that side. I'm pushing here, and obviously this thing is what appears to us humans to be solid, so it moves one thing. But the only way to get something to move was to touch it or put a force against it. Okay, seems to make sense. Everybody has that experience. I want to lift a glass, I lift it. If I want to push a ball, I push it. If I want to pull a ball, I pull it. But he recognized when the ball fell off the table, it went.
So, Beyonce and the husband, they are supporting Trump, right?
Oh yeah, Trump and Epstein.
Why did the ball go down? I didn't push it. I just let it go. So someone's pushing the ball. Because I'm confident that the only thing that gets something to move is with a force that pushes. So there's a force that's pushing the ball down. In fact, he called it gravity. He measured how fast it was pushing. But then he was able to explain why it happened. How is it? What is gravity? It's this. Everybody says, well, why did the ball fall to the ground? Because gravity took it. What's gravity? That's, as Feynman would say, that's the name of the thing we have no idea what it is. This goes to Santa Fe. They were trying to explain the unexplainable. Can we measure? Can we figure out a way to predict the stock markets using these types of chaos complexity?
Before we get to, let's walk back to it. Let's go back to Newton. Pre-Newton, and then what did Newton solve that for millennia up to Newton had not been solved? Then I want to go forward all the way to Santa Fe, what they were trying to solve. Let's start with just 2 or 3 basic guys, but let's go with Newton. What pre-Newton it was what, and then why is Newton such a
genius?
Such a I think mathematically they told me one time I've seen that there's been 115 billion people roughly that live on the earth. And of that 115 billion,
Are you sure that's the sounds like very high? We only have 7 million.
I think in the history there is, I'll pull it up. I think it's 115 billion people that
That probably is inflation, that's why
have lived through the earth. But he's on the handful of the most important. What did he solve? Why is he so important? How is it today?
You scared me.
Sorry.
I was looking at the baby. What happened?
This is the heart of
That's scary. I saw one video too. The mom, the wife used like a gun, this thing, like something bad is they are shooting as they call log. And the child and the dad ran away. And she herself, she ran away. Because she forgot that that's what she used as the.
Why is it? Why is calculus so? Why is that the dividing line between, to me, people who could handle that and go on do certain things, and people just hit the wall, even if they know math. It seems to me that there's that calculus is the thing that changes. It bridges. That's because it's about the theory of change and the theory of how things change.
It's a great question. But in fact, what calculus does is it's somewhat philosophical. That's why mathematics is Newton wasn't a mathematician, he was called a geometer. That's what they used to call themselves. They understood geometry and numbers. But there's an old conundrum where it says, during Pythagoras' days, Zeno's paradox is called, where he said, well, if the wall is 2 feet away from me, and I take one step that's halfway to the wall, that'll be 1 foot away, and if I take another step that's half again, that'll be half a foot away, then a quarter of a foot. I could walk forever but never touch the wall. Doesn't sound realistic, doesn't make any sense in our real lives of the physical. But what Newton understood is many problems were like that. Many things approached the wall, or in calculus, approached the limit, but never really reached it. So he said, it's okay, you don't have to reach. We can do lots of mathematics as if it was so close, it was almost there. And we could do lots of mathematics almost being at the limit. And this is really important for today. Because most of the science up until today was things that started to approach the limit. You were taught in high school that if you had 1 divided by 0, if you remember your high school algebra, you were told, what's the answer to that? Is there an answer to 1 divided by 0? No, if you were in high school, it said, stay away from it. It's the boogeyman. You could write it down as it's...
You see the way when they ask him question about his, what is not about his life, he's so happy to talk about it. Go on and behold, when they ask him about the parts of about his life and the way his attitude, the way he talks, he changes.
Yeah, I think that's why he switched his clothes and put black on. He's talking about, I'm trying an experiment. Oh my gosh, this man is crazy.
We don't know what happens when you are actually at the limit. So
he's trying to experiment that what?
Newton thought the same concept was that.
This one he was alive, but I'm not sure.
You got close to God, but you can never be God.
Whoa.
He had this sort of religious interpretation.
Okay, I want to go back to Newton. Why is Newton such a big
But I think he's good with math. He's good.
You said he's good with math?
The way
yeah. That's what he's specialized in, like finance. So he knows a lot. He just
a mess.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah, he's a mess.
Why is it an inflection point in mankind moving from the swamp to the sun?
That's a great question. Start with what Newton starts to allow us to do is to make accurate prediction. Remember we talked about that with money, about the things in our physical world, how cars.
So your dad live in Conroe?
Yes, man. He stays in Conroe. He stays off of
Oh, that's good.
He stays with us.
He stay with you?
No. No,
there's nothing wrong.
I used to stay with him though, before my godmom passed away, his wife, which is my cousin, really technically. Yeah, we all lived together, but then I had my baby, so I moved out on my own.
That's how we do it in Africa. Even if you are 35, you are 40 years old, not as much you're not married. Stay with your parents, and then when you get old, our parents stay with us. When our parents get old.
Yes, that's how it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be.
That's strange.
But yeah, they feel like it's something bad. I'm like, no. People think, oh.
We can start putting numbers on things that help you predict how they will behave. You can add 2 triangles and make a square. Some different shapes. They're looking at geometric forms. Newton says, well, I want to know how planets move. I want to know how things around me move. Can we find formulas? Can I find formulas that explain what I see in the physical world, how physical things interact and how they describe one another. Again, the fact that 2 things, 2
I love the interviewer. It doesn't allow him to intimidate him.
Unknown reason, unknown today.
You said it doesn't allow them to.
It doesn't allow this man to intimidate him. He still go ahead. Hang on.
They move towards each other in a very specific. So when you drop the ball to the floor of this room, Newton says, in fact, the room came up a bit to meet the ball. The room moved. You can't really perceive that motion, but they attracted each other with certain ratios. So he started to be able to measure things in the physical world. And that was great advances. It also, now, if you want to move, I've moved very quickly. Unfortunately, most people, especially in the 20th century, 19th century, say, well, like Newton, let's measure everything. Let's measure people's behavior. Let's measure their psychology. Let's measure their health. You go to the, we can have my blood test. Let's measure everything. And measure Wall Street.
Their voting habits.
Measure. Can we put a number on how much I care for my wife? Can I put a number on how I feel? And we try, unfortunately, we not try to magnetize the finer things in life. And then recognize that there's things, unfortunately, just fall outside. Everyone, Schrodinger wrote a very famous book about what is life. He was trying to figure out a way, can he describe the difference formulaically between things that are alive and things that are dead? The answer is no. The things that are alive in my world are miracles, not magic. Magic has a bad connotation.
We don't believe in this. You don't believe in the spirit or the soul. That's what animates people, is your spirit or your soul. That's
No.
Have you ever seen someone die? When they die, their spirit leaves.
Their soul leaves, no question. So when
There's
there's
no question.
no question.
There's no question in you that there is some animating life force within us that leaves when you're down.
Yes, in fact, I refer to the soul. Obviously, there's certain the questions in the past, even though
Because people would normally think you were soulless. So it had you just it had you talk about you actually believe in it and have done some thinking about it. It's pretty shocking in its own right, isn't it?
Well, again, mathematics, Leibniz thought, so
No, Newton was at Cambridge when he was the head of the math department, right? He's a professor, essentially. To Leibniz. Was Leibniz a German professor?
yes. But what Leibniz said is, the soul is so strange, because God took chemicals, which is simply the material, like tables, and he somehow made this material able to have thought. How strange is that? Not only does it have a soul, but this some way it was put together that this material substance is able to think. So when you say to me, it's obvious to everyone that there's such a thing as a soul. Now, if you're part of the charlatan world, you the soul I describe as the dark matter of the brain. Why is it dark matter? Because in high energy physics nowadays you hear terms of dark matter, dark energy. Again, terminology. Why is it dark matter? Because we can't see it, that's all. What do you mean you can't see it? Well, somehow we see something moving towards this area of darkness. Something, I can see this thing. This appears to me to be empty, it's just black. But I see it being drawn this way. So I said, well, I know if this were matter, that would follow that equation. If this was solid, it would explain the way this particle moves. But I can't see anything here. So I'll just call it dark matter. And I'll say, I don't know what it is, but it behaves as if there was something there. The soul is obvious to everyone that there's something different between things that are alive and things that are not alive. But we have no idea what it is. It's currently unexplainable. I believe we need an entirely different system of analysis to try to figure out.
Now, with Newton, with all his alchemical chemical studies and things he worked on the spiritual side, Leibniz had just talked about the soul. Schroeder coming was like, if a modern scientist or someone that you funded at MIT or Harvard or one of these things talked in those types of terms, they would be considered to be a wonder today, wouldn't they? They would not be on the path for tenure, right?
Unless they were in the philosophy department.
This is exactly my point. We're talking about three of the greatest mathematicians in mankind's history that have really changed mankind. Talk to me this. What happened? How did we get to a situation where they could not be in the high physics, they could not be in the mathematics department or working in high energy physics?
It's an easy answer. Newton was a combination of mathematician, geometry, and philosopher. And as time went on, that those disciplines seem to move apart. Philosophy, some of the philosophers can't do math, and some of the mathematicians. And again, mathematicians often break into two categories. People that solve problems, those are more like geometers and all this, just problem solvers. And then there's thinkers, theoreticians. They're more like the old movement was philosophy. But neither one of those two groups have been able to figure out why something is alive as opposed to something that's not alive. No one's been able to describe what the soul is, but we all know it exists. And I think what we need is a new science is a bad word. I think science only describes the things we already know about the physical world. In fact, there's an argument that the physical world that we see has been created out of our systems of mathematics. Mathematics, everyone knows mathematics describes the physical world much greater than it should. Unless you, in my view, the physical world really comes out of conscious beings that have mathematics. So they created. This table appears to you and I to be solid. To a bat, or if, because we have light that's bouncing off the table into our eyes, it appears solid. If instead of eyes responded to wavelengths of visual, our eyes responded to radio waves, the radio frequency is not different. The same type of frequency as light, different speeds. The table is invisible. We know that our phone works in this room. So the waves are coming through the windows, the waves are coming through the walls. So the walls are invisible to that type of radiation, that type of energy. The walls, I can see them because my eyes, a physical system determines that the walls are there.
I think she wants to eat without.
You found it over the
Let's
course
do
of
this.
had the idea of Santa Fe Institute. In 10 or 15 years later, that effort to study the complexity of systems, mathematically, yes. That's a total thing.
It's the failure of science because, in fact, to some extent, science doesn't describe romance. I don't know why I'm attracted to somebody. I don't know. People are attracted to each other, and everyone has the same feeling. They've seen someone walk in the room and say, "Oh, that person gives me the creepy feeling." Science is trying to describe. Science doesn't describe what a creepy feeling is. They just know it's a creepy feeling. I think women, as I said the last time, have an intuitive sense. What is intuitive? They have intuition, they have feelings, and they're able to deal in the realm of things that men, especially men like yourself, find unexplainable. They have women have intuition.
What?
Men see things a bit differently. Men want to measure everything. Women are not really that interested in measuring.
In what you're saying in macro terms, you actually think science, mathematics, maybe ultimately technology is moving to that more intuitive.
I think science and math are old-fashioned. And unfortunately, people are still taught that they have to learn algebra at school and certain things in school, as opposed to learning to have an
Is this what Larry Summers was trying to get at? Maybe did say
Let him finish that.
perfectly.
He asked another question.
In that system, the systems we study today, the way mathematics is either taught or understood, that women just haven't gotten up to the highest realms of engineering, physics, or mathematics because of that, and you're actually applying to do either new branches.
Then if science and math are old school, then what should be the next thing?
Newton took mankind in a different direction because he was able to measure. Then you had subatomic, non-Newtonian physics. Like, are you saying that you think there's another developing field that's coming up that may take us, I don't know how many decades to get our hands around it, that that's what's evolving out of this?
Yes. Yeah. In fact, I think that mathematics, it's not the end of science. Every year someone says it's the end of, we can't discover it. There's a lot to discover with the relationship to the physical world, but we know a lot already. In respect to the unexplainable girl, we almost know nothing. And women, again, sense it. And instead of Larry Summers, I won't digress too much, but Howard Gardner going outside.
Because you deal with more than 10,000, 1,000 women, young girls. You know that women have senses.
Emotional intelligence, this kinesthetic intelligence. You know, there's this argument that I reject that black people are less intelligent than white people. It's not true. We know, for example, that if I was in the forest and I had to run from the lion to figure out a way not to be eaten, and my competition is a local African, I'm the one who's getting eaten because they have the intelligence to deal with their local environment. So it's just different. It's not better, it's not worse, but there's many differences amongst different types of people.
That's true.
People have different intelligences and they excel in some intelligences usually and less so others.
When did it come to, because the world of high finance is a world of pure reason, or is it a lot of emotion on gut checks, trade desks, central banks, when these decisions get made? Is it that high church,
Hello?
like the high church of science of high energy
Yes.
physics, or is it as much emotion that comes in as much as the mathematics and the reason?
It's a great question.
Holler.
I think if you talk to really experienced and successful traders.
Okay, yeah, turn right on that street. And then once you get on the street, you're gonna make another right into the first subdivision. And then you're gonna make a left and then another right and come.
These are not very well defined terms. It's difficult to put in mathematics terms. How did I feel? To look back and make guesses what I was seeing. But
Are you in the subdivision?
and they act on their feeling.
Are you in the
That's
subdivision?
the difference. Many people feel it but are afraid because they want a mathematical justification before they take that next step.
When you first got on the trading desk at Bear Stearns in the late 70s, or mid 70s, were you shocked by how little actual understanding of mathematics that the traders comprehended?
Do you know if there's a Valero over here too?
Most stockbrokers, especially in
Holland.
1975,
I mean, I don't see no Holland. I don't see the street you're talking about.
You were already in the top 15% of stockbrokers. Stockbrokers simply meant that there's a story. When I went to the first person, I had no money. And I said, how much money do you make a year? And he said, $400,000.
You were supposed to turn right on L.A. Sally Avenue. S-A-L-L-E Avenue?
Yes. And he makes it in a year. I said, what did you do?
It should have been a light. It should have been at a light. Did you see the tri supply?
They want to tell you it's too complicated. Because if
You probably didn't come up far enough then. Keep coming up.
Brother-in-law, in fact, in this case, we ran the pension fund with General Motors. His brother-in-law would call and say,
Bobby, you didn't try to go to our messages and look at the maps?
They were walking through a window. That was his entire skill set. Hello?
It's probably connected to the car, but that's okay. Yeah, just keep coming up 105, Bobby. The street is called L-A-S-A-L-L-E Avenue.
Move and switch to Optimum fiber-powered internet for as low as $25 a month to get 3 months.
Give me an example when you're on the trading desk in the early days of Bear Stearns of a time that you felt either complete uncertainty or you saw total panic, where something was happening that people couldn't foretell, and that they were like in an airplane cockpit where it's going wrong. Walk us through.
Yes.
In 1978, I think it was, across the news wires, there had been a collapse of currency in Thailand. On the other side of the world, had no relationship to me. I wasn't sure what Thailand was.
Yes, you pass up Vernus, and then
money.
literally the next light, the next light after Vernus Country Catfish, you're gonna make a right. So after you pass the light that's by Vernus Country Catfish, the next light, you're gonna see a gas station and Tri Supply Store. You're gonna make a right.
Shock throughout the whole system. So prices on Park Avenue apartments, the bond markets, the stock markets, every started to gyrate. You know, there's an old mathematical expression that if a butterfly wings in Mexico, make the wrong turn, it spins out, and eventually, by the time it gets to Canada, it turns into a tornado.
Yes, turn right.
So these are part of complex systems. So you have Wall Street in certain parts.
That's what I was spelling out. That's what I was spelling out for you. I didn't know how to pronounce it. I said Sally, but that's not how you say it clearly.
The end of LaSalle experiment.
LaSalle.
So that's why it's so exciting now. Because
So after you turn on there, you're gonna turn right into the first subdivision, and then you're gonna make a left at this. Yes.
That we have to think about it differently. Music is a great example.
And then,
It's a
and then you're gonna make a, okay, you're gonna turn in and you're gonna make a left at the stop sign, and you're gonna come down to Billingsgate Chase and make a right and come all the way down to the cul-de-sac.
Music, Steve. Nowadays we compress music. When you have a violin, it's compressed onto your
So
iPhone.
a left and then another right and then come all the way
Lots of
down.
information, and I'm cutting it into lots of pieces and squishing it together. And when I squish it or compress it, I have to take out lots of pieces, but I say that they're not very important pieces. It's those pieces that we take out. When we compress
Yes, you're gonna turn right. And then once you get on there, just come all the way down to the cul-de-sac. You should see my car in the cul-de-sac at the end.
May go back to when people were actually talking about a soul, and we said there's no doubt that there is a soul. Describe for me what you mean by that. What do you mean by soul? What do you mean to soul different than the physical analog body that we're seeing on film right now?
And I'll come on, okay, I see you. Here I come.
I'm not a poet. Poets get a little closer to what that really means. But we can, even the concept of what is life becomes complicated. And when you deal with plants and seeds, is a seed alive? I don't know. Certain people say no, it's dead. When you're a banana, one of my favorite examples is the banana that's sitting on the countertop in your kitchen today. Is it alive or dead?
What do you think about human life? What is human talking about human?
But the banana is alive. That banana is breathing. It's unimpressive. It's impossible, Jeffrey.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get this.
These are words. So everyone's trying to fit a very complicated concept.
Do you want a hurrah?
The car seat?
Blanket.
Oh yeah.
It's cold. Yeah.
Thank you. I forgot. Oh my goodness. Thank you.
That's we don't understand what yes, the question.
You talk about the life. What about human life? Tell me what do you think? What do you think human life is?
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. When I say miracle, I can't explain it, and I make no attempt to explain it at the moment. We don't know how to think about it. Like anyone, again, another one of the Feynman quotes when he's talking about quantum physics. He said, anyone, Jeffrey, who says they understand quantum physics and quantum mechanics and quantum behavior, you know they're lying.
Let's talk about that's post-Newtonian. Talk about what's the difference? Who founded quantum mechanics? Why is quantum mechanics taking Newtonian physics and taking it to the next level?
It forms a much broader category.
Let's go back to this desk. You use the thing of Newton using this desk. What is why can't Newton's theory explain everything? Why did subatomic quantum mechanics and quantum physics have to come in to explain this?
Cool. Let's go right back to square one. Why is it called quantum physics? So quantum is a word that simply means packet, small. So it's quantized. So when we recognize that this table appears, when it's very complicated.
For this man has sense.
It has.
You said he has sense?
It's brilliant.
Oh yeah. He's smart. He's a very smart guy. He just.
How did he get into all this mess?
He has some guilty pleasures. He has some perversions about him. You know,
It's mostly things like that mostly happen to gifted and talented too. When they are bored, when they are not using their brain to do something, they do crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Let's see what this ball looks like.
And then
examine that.
There's no telling like how it was for him growing up as a kid. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
He probably had it rough. Who knows?
It was simply a cloud of energy all over that truck. So we always started to see mysterious things as we go through the very
You done?
super small
You done
parts.
pictures? You done pictures? You done pictures?
So quantum physics started to go into the very small and very small distances. We see things that we can't explain.
The way it's stretching. She's stretching, you know.
And to summarize,
Little stretches be so cute.
Mm-hmm.
let's go back to human life. Where do you think human life starts? It's not these. So you see, this is the question. You're asking me to measure something again.
She's so comfortable. She got her legs crossed. Her little legs crossed.
Even me, I'm just bending my neck and looking at her like she's good.
That's how my 2-year-old be. Yesterday, I think I was in the kitchen cooking, and she was on the. I looked back, and she was on the couch, like just hands up and just legs crossed, like she just living the best life. It was so cute.
Yeah.
And she was so comfortable.
Certainly know how to measure. That's why you're big. Any other answer besides that is totally complete.
That's
And you know.
my little one too. When he was 2 years, 3 years old, I normally watch TV in my room. He will use pillow, wear the blanket, and then he loves to snack on something. He will put it on my bed, maybe popcorn or grapes. He likes to be grabbing something and be putting it in his mouth.
Yeah.
I'm like, you have no bill to pay. You just living your best life, right? He will not cross his leg.
You're so cute.
In mathematics, what I mean in measurement is what specific? That's good. It's no specific. It's an approximation or giving something a number. If Einstein
We're
said,
not asking you to go to the 9th decimal point.
oh, that you didn't say that before.
No, you're not going to the 9th.
I don't. What if I say measure how?
Yeah, he's very, very smart. For somebody that don't have a degree, didn't go to school, he's very smart.
Yeah, it's very smart.
Give or take. A sixth is between
The way he's even explaining math and some things.
So my question is, I wanted
Zeno's, I got Zeno's paradox.
I don't even know what it means to measure you. Am I measuring the top of your hair, the top of your skull? And the finer, the more
You're being rabbinical. This is like.
I shake my head off.
No, my point is, isn't that going through the Torah where you're parsing every definition? However we broadly define measure, your life literally is about measure, is it not?
It's about putting numbers on things so that I can try like that. You can call it whatever you want. That makes you feel better.
Oh, I want to relate it back to your scientific inquiry.
Even a number, people don't. A number is a complicated.
When did you come to this? When did you come to this aha moment? Was it when it was in your solitary confinement when the biggest financial crisis in world history was going on in your 7x9 jail cell with your metal bed and your two brushes because you were a trustee with the brown uniform on, trustee spelled wrong? Is that the moment of clarity that you had about science and Newtonian physics and everything that we can measure is really not going to be the way we go forward? It's going to be much more
He
esoteric.
said politicians are not smart. They are not.
Intelligence.
They just have influence. They just know people. They are just popular.
Okay, so that's what
Yeah, that's why they
that
make
makes
kids
sense.
dump this.
That makes sense though.
When did it, or did it happen?
Hopefully, Anthony, I'm in a privileged position to have some of the world's smartest people come to my house and tell me what they think about different subjects. And I finally realized that the thing that they had most in common was there was this area, no matter how smart they were, that when I asked them the questions, they said they'd have to resort to a 500 or 1,000-year-old response to that question, which was, I don't know.
You know who else found that out?
It's Socrates.
And he's
That's
narcissistic.
what Socrates kept doing, right?
You said he's a narcissist.
Narcissistic.
All the
Mhm.
experts.
It's narcissistic people that you have that. Do you know anybody better than you that will say no? I don't know. There's no one better than me. There's always somebody better than you in this life.
And one of the things that people won't.
You asked him that who do you know that is better than you in math? Like he said no.
Is how to write. It's about with writing, reading, and arithmetic was supposed to be, everyone's supposed to be taught. Writing forces you into a very narrow channel of thinking. You have to write in a certain form, in a certain way, in a certain linear pattern. So your thinking becomes somewhat narrow. The reason I brought up writing is one of the recent discoveries of mine, with respect to Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, is they never wrote anything. They spoke, and people around who could write wrote. Socrates could think. So that was
Jesus of Nazareth was the same way, right? Never was.
I thought he was a carpenter.
Oh,
That's a carpenter.
is that what?
What do you mean by doing a carpenter?
Carpenter.
One last thing.
Thank you for having me to your house.
Wow.
So he in the house. See, yeah.
When he's supposed to be in the jail?
No, no, I didn't know he was doing the interview in his house. The guy that's interviewing him. That's his
Let's go back, let's go to the question. When did that, the beginning of that, was there any one aha moment in all these great thinkers? Did it happen before 2008? Was it after? That came up over, I know, many years, but when did you actually realize, hey, something new's got to be developed?
Yeah, that's great. Is that because again, I'm privileged enough to have people around me who've given lots of philanthropic gifts to institutions of higher learning, and when I said the impact, how do you judge the impact of your giving? And we sat down and said, no really new ideas have come out. And I realized that, of course, it hasn't come out because we've been looking at using science and mathematics, and it's the wrong tool. It's obvious.
Institutions that are set up and trying to put forward knowledge and understanding and truth, should they take your money?
Derek Bach at Harvard said, taking money for good causes is a good thing.
So if Hitler took all the gold out of the teeth of the Jews and said, I want to give this to Heidelberg University to fund the Leibniz chairs so that I can study high energy physics, Derek Bach would say that was fine?
It's these questions are questions where good people on both sides, like your Charlottesville, could differ. I don't know the answer.
So tell us the truth.
You don't know the answer do you want to share people? Imagine.
Derek Bach says, I'll essentially take cash from anybody because I got so many projects, so many good guys in this web. So I'm indifferent to where the cash comes from. Money's money. If I got good guys, I'm the producer. Say these are good people. This is good research. Okay, I'll take the cash from any source, including you. What's the other argument?
I'm going to give you. I know in my case,
Is your money dirty money?
If you leave,
Your money dirty.
No, it's not. So in fact,
Why is it not dirty money?
because I earned it, a heart.
But you earned it. We went back to this before you earned it. You earned it advising the worst people in the world, right? That do enormous bad things, and just to make more money.
So, instead of asking me the question, should you take the money? Because I think it's a legitimate question.
you see how you avoid that question?
I think ethics is always a complicated subject, but I can tell you that with the money I gave to help try to eradicate polio in Pakistan and India, instead of asking me whether that money should be given to these children for vaccines, I think you might want to ask their mothers who received the vaccine, who know their child now won't get polio.
And then you destroy another child.
Ask them if
Children.
Epstein should have helped these people.
Imagine.
If we walked in, your mathematician, we walked into that clinic where they're giving that money out to these people that are the most dire straits of poverty and sickness, and told them that the money was coming from a class 3 sexual predator.
Tier 1.
What's tier 1? Tier 1's the highest and worst?
No, it's
The lowest? You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest. Criminal.
Yes.
That the money came from what?
By a
What
criminal.
percentage of people do you estimate? I understand you're only talking about, do you estimate would say, I don't care, I want the money for my children?
I would say everyone said I want money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
If I think
You told them about the
I told them the devil
100%.
himself.
Himself.
The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for
Do
you
you
because the child's life.
do you think you're the devil himself?
No, I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question. I'm sorry. Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know, why would you say that?
Because you
You
have all
see?
the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember the devil is somebody knows what? The devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
The devil scares me.
Listen, Satan is at the number 1 or 2 archangel. And the reason he goes to hell and leads the rebellion is because he can't be the top guy. And his thing is, I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
I saw that in a movie once called American Dharma. I don't remember who said it. Okay? Look it up. Okay.
Why is he laughing? You are stupid. You are
Because
crazy.
he.
Fuck you.
Coach presents Leathers to Love.
That man is crazy.
Shop Leathers to Love at Coach.com.
You had any stars in your eyes?
No.
You fly with privately?
Yes, it wasn't my point.
So it didn't count?
No.
You fly over.
Is this all the same
And
thing?
who were the first, like, when you first met those leaders, you had to be wild.
No.
You're 10 years out of coming out.
No, I'm not wowed by people of position. I'm wowed by people with great ideas. And I
That's
don't
the
care if
same
it's the
thing.
bus driver.
Oh no,
I
I
don't
don't
care if
think
it's the
so.
student they
Because
have
that one
who
has
has
7 million.
Coming
This
out,
one
these
has
guys have
1.1.
great ideas as the leaders.
Yeah, I think they are just doing the same thing. They are just
Over and
copying.
over.
Yeah, many of these women
Oh my
become
goodness.
because they're
It is
popular
wonderful.
and they were able to get votes, but they were able to convince people to vote for them. I learned later. Many of
Do you
them
want to
were
watch
just
anything? You want to put
as
on
good at what
anything?
they
Yeah, just put
did in
anything.
terms of politics. When world leaders are politicians in general. They're not scientists, they're not intellectuals, they're not great thinkers, they're great politicians.
At the first Parenthood Commission meeting, as you remember, in Tokyo, sometime in the early 90s, do you remember what were the big issues of the day that they were talking about, and what did you think about it?
Yeah, in fact, it was funny because they were talking about inflation, and they were worried that what would happen, how do you control inflation? And as a matter of
The other one, they show the wife. Is that the wife?
Which one? This one? This
July
one?
2nd, 2026 a.m.
No.
3 vehicles drive deep into the thick forest surrounding Bradford, a tiny rural community in the northeast of the United States.
Where he was hugging one day. Oh,
Did I pass it up?
breaking news.
An elite
Breaking
FBI
Epstein file
team
release.
tasked
More
with an
shocking info.
ultra-sensitive.
Who is talking about that?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now on part 2 of the Epstein file latest release. I had to break this up into 2 parts because it's just so much information. So on Friday, I covered the information that basically implicates Donald Trump. And now we're going to get into some of the other people that are mentioned in the Epstein files. And we're going to start off with Elon Musk. There's some celebrities that are mentioned here as well. Some of them
Oh yeah,
not
that's the
surprising
devil
to me.
himself.
Some of them are a little bit surprising.
Elon.
So let's get into it. Now, let's just take you back to when Kash Patel said this when he was testifying here in front of Congress about the Epstein files.
There's no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
for the information that we have
In the file.
in the case file.
Okay, I just wanted to remind you of that, because Kash Patel also has egg on his face. He said for the information that they had, no, there was no evidence that Jeffrey Epstein actually trafficked anyone. Of course, I knew that was a lie, and all the information that is coming out, especially right now, just goes to show that Kash Patel continues to be a liar. And they were running cover for people. So let's start with Elon Musk. He's in the files.
He's in the five?
He's in the files, in fact, in a very bad way. I want to show you a
Oh,
screenshot
yeah.
here, ladies and gentlemen. This was an email from Elon Musk to Jeffrey Epstein. Hi, Jeff. I was thinking of flying down for an epic vacation. Blank told me you were planning a party. Girls, FTW for the win. I cleared my calendar. What are the details? Thank you, good sir. And notice the subject line says Epic Island Vacation. So even though that time Elon Musk said that Trump was in the Epstein files, notice Elon Musk didn't tell you that he was in the Epstein files. Let's go on to more here. I think this one's probably even more damning. Again, from Elon Musk to Jeffrey Epstein.
So when Trump and
So let's start at the
Elon
bottom
Musk
of this
were
email
having
here.
issue, Elon
This
spilled
is
the
from
tea.
the Justice Department's actual site, the files. After they deleted
So you
those
knew that he
files
was a
and
bad
they
person, then you
uproar about
tell
them,
the whole world
they
to
put
vote
them back
for
up
him.
there. Really interesting.
Dang.
So many people look so bad. So from Jeffrey Epstein, how many people will you be for the heli to the island? So how many people are going to be taking the helicopter? It looks like he's talking about there. Elon Musk responds, probably just Tallulah and me. What
Just
day,
what?
night will be the wildest party on our island? So this is evidence that Elon Musk not only knew about Jeffrey Epstein's island, but he was trying to go there. Trying to go there, ladies and gents. We'll go on to the next one here. That's the one I just highlighted. Yes, I wanted to show you the full clip of that one. Here's another one here from Elon Musk. Look at this one. To Elon Musk, from G to Elon Musk. Let's start down at the bottom again because you know how these email threads work. Hi, Jeff. I was thinking of flying down there for an epic vacation. Blank told me you were planning a party. I cleared my calendar. What are the details? Thank you.
Why
good
is that
sir.
every
This
time
goes a
they
little
have
bit
parties?
further, and it says, response from Jeffrey Epstein, deal with this, thank you, to G, whoever G, that's probably Ghislaine Maxwell. And then here's a response here from Ghislaine Maxwell. I'm so sorry, Elon. You just missed Jeffrey Epstein. He actually told me he was thinking of winding down the entire Little St. James operation. Bummer. If it starts up again, we'll be sure to let you know. So what this also shows you is that Elon Musk was inviting himself. So this is not an example where someone can say, well, he reached out to me and I da-da-da-da. No, no, no. Elon was trying to invite himself. And notice Jelaine says, Little St. James operation. Not party, not, fiesta, not events, operation. Elon Musk looks very, very embarrassing at this point in time. Let's get into this clip here from CNN, and then we're going to get into some of the other people who are named as well, and some damning information about Israel as well.
The files also show that Epstein repeatedly took the fifth during a 2016 deposition when asked more than a dozen questions about former President Clinton. Among them, several about whether Mr.
Clinton is
visited
from
Epstein's
Republic,
private
right?
island and flew in
Yeah,
his private plane.
he
The former president
he
denied
not from
having
here.
visited the
He's
island.
one of those.
So has Elon Musk. Yet
Oh, yeah.
files contain at least 2 emails discussing
He's
just
like
that. One from the
skinny one.
24th of November
Hmm?
2012,
He's like
Epstein writes, how many people will you be for the
I don't know if you
heli to
believe in
island?
like
Musk responded the next
shapeshifters
day
and all
that it
that
would probably
stuff,
just
but
be him and his
that's
then
what they
wife.
are. They're
And quote,
shapeshifters.
what day/night will be the wildest party on our island? A year later, Musk wrote Epstein saying, quote, we'll be in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays, BVI's British Virgin Islands. Is there a good time to visit? To which Epstein replied, always space for you. It's unclear if that or the other visit took place. Representatives for Musk did not immediately respond to a request for comment about the new emails, and Musk in 2019 told Vanity Fair, quote, he tried repeatedly to get me to visit his island. I declined. And Musk, you'll recall, famously posted this during his beef with the president this year, quote, time to drop the really big bomb, Trump is in the Epstein files.
So we have to go back to what Elon Musk said before all of this was released, was that he declined and that Jeffrey Epstein was trying to get him to go. The emails that are released in these files show that that's not the case. Not only did he not decline, but he was inviting himself. So this is what's been going on, ladies and gentlemen. All these rich people, all these people who said, yeah, I knew him, but I didn't really hang out with him. Like, really? None of you hung out with Jeffrey Epstein? It's really, really damning. Pretty bad, folks.
Minutes later, he followed up with, quote, mark this post for the future, the truth will come out. And to be honest, that's kind of hard to do. He seems to have taken the post down along with the first one. Also in the files, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, who famously said he'd broken ties with Epstein in 2005, vowing to, quote, never be
all of them are not denying
person ever again. The files, though, reveal Lutnick or his wife Allison were in touch with Epstein as recently as 2012. In an email from Allison Lutnick in November of that year, she writes, quote, we are looking forward to visiting you, adding, we are traveling on a yacht called Excellence, and I am CCing the captain.
Again, Howard Lutnick is another one that's mentioned. If you did nothing wrong, why would you lie and say, I haven't spoken to him since 2005? That's the really damning part, right? Because again, let's say you did go there, but you didn't do anything wrong, you don't know anything about this entire trafficking operation. Why wouldn't you just tell the truth, which was that you also spoke to him in 2012? So this is the really damning part, and this is why they did not want these files to be released.
A spokesperson for the Commerce Department did not immediately respond to a request for comment. So a lot to talk about tonight. Starting us off, CNN Chief Legal Affairs Correspondent Paul Reed. She's been going through the documents all day. So what stands out to you from the documents you've reviewed so far?
So the document that really stands out at this point is this list of accusations against President Trump, because the FBI compiled this list last summer, and this is a lot of the kind of information that investigators gather when they're looking at whether charges should potentially be pursued. For example, they're looking at unverified tips. Some include secondhand information that came through a tip line. It appears the FBI followed up on some tips. At least one was found to be unverified. But this is the kind of information they collect but do not usually make public if there are no charges brought in a case. Now, of course, President Trump has always denied any wrongdoing connected to Epstein, but there are a lot of questions that are raised here. First of all, why did the FBI make
now
this
you have to be
of accusations
who you call your
relevant,
friends
to President Trump? Though President Bill Clinton was also mentioned in there. The document was also taken down at least twice today. Last time I checked, Henderson, it was back up. But
yeah, I wanted you to hear that part, that they took it down twice, right? So it's just so obvious, ladies and gentlemen. Donald Trump has denied a lot of things, but that doesn't mean, you know, he's telling you the truth, right? There's also this report of torture and slavery in an internal email chain among U.S. government personnel documents. The receipt of a report alleging Ghislaine Maxwell sold a girl into sexual slavery and torture in the 90s, resulting in her death with Prince Andrew named. Now, we all know Prince Andrew was accused way back in the day by Virginia Giuffre. So let's start with this email chain here from Brian Miller to whoever, they blocked it out, but the subject is Ghislaine Maxwell. Listen to this. Back in the 1990s, Ghislaine Maxwell recruited a girl for a modeling career. Instead of modeling, she was sold as a slave for sex and torture. Prince Andrew was an accessory to her death as he tortured her and me to force her murder. I need to get a passport to identify her. I will need someone to contact the passport office to get it expedited. So, again, we have to say allegedly here, but we have documentation here that alleges that Ghislaine Maxwell sold the girl into torture and slavery and that Prince Andrew was an accessory to this young girl's murder. Now, we all know, again, like I said, Virginia Giuffre came out about Prince Andrew long ago and even had pictures of her with Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew is still walking around. He's still, I think they relinquished some of his royal rights or title, but Prince Andrew is still walking around free as a bird. And it also makes you wonder, how much did the royal family know about this before any of this information actually came out? Because word on the street is that Prince Andrew always had a thing for underage girls. It goes on to
Factory meals deliver pro-level nutrition with chef-crafted flavors. They make it easy to beat your performance. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Nearly home. Good night. We're looking for a house closer to everything, but we don't know where to start.
Find it with Realtor.com. With Realtor, it's easy to find a home closer to what's ever close to your heart. Y'all recycle. Realtor.com.
For years, Gillette has tried to tear us down. It's time to fight back. I'm Brett Jensen. I'll stand with law enforcement. Work for...
goes on to say here, if you follow it up, he called me wanting me to give him a secure email address. He is from blank. The number that came up is blank. Goes on to say here, Wendy, no problem at all to include me on Epstein Maxwell notifications going forward, but I wanted to let you know that because of my unit move, the office has transitioned me off the case and added blank. So if you wouldn't mind including her on any notifications, please and thank you. And I hope you're doing all right these days, given the circumstances. By the way, this email is 2020. The FBI has known about this a long time. And they sat on this information.
Ain't did nothing.
So, Whitney Webb and her books and her reporting has been vindicated over and over again when she told people years ago who was involved. She told people years ago that Jeffrey Epstein was Mossad, and people told Whitney Webb that she was just a conspiracist. But now you're seeing a lot of these things are being proven true. So that's horrible. Let's go to Woody Allen, who has long been known in the entertainment industry as being this man who looks out for or goes after underage girls, right? So don't forget, like his adopted daughter. Yes, it's not his daughter by birth, but the point is he was grooming her when she was underage as well. Jeffrey Epstein traveled to Paris with Academy Award-winning American filmmaker Woody Allen for a pedo convention in March of 2012. Look at this here. Again, from Jeffrey Epstein. Let's start down at the bottom again. Paris with Woody Allen. This is March 2012. For Lace Pedo Convention, this person responds here. Jeffrey Epstein replies, I think pedo is the plural. So again, if you go back to that video from Kash Patel, like these people were just blatantly lying. Jeffrey Epstein doesn't deny here. He doesn't say, no, what the hell are you talking about, or absolutely not. He says, I think pedophilia is the plural. And there's Woody Allen's name. And Kash Patel and Pam Bondi, I don't know what Pam Bondi thinks she's doing. She doesn't need to applaud herself, because the reality is they knew this information was there the same way we are seeing it now. Remember, they saw this information before us. So they knew it was there. They have been lying and continue to lie. So no, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, they don't get a pat on the back. They tried to cover up all of this stuff. And that includes Dan Bongino too, who resigned and is now gone back to podcasting and is sweating his face off during this announcement in the video that he made, because he knows he messed up. He knows that people see right through you now. Right? So we go on to the next one. Like I said, there's so many. Oh my God. Let's go to Steve Tisch. This is a big one that a lot of people are talking about. This guy, Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein scouted women for New York Giants co-owner Steve Tisch, emails show. I would even change the way they say this headline because it was underage girls. Notice how they're trying to age them up? Everybody paying attention to that? So he's the co-owner of the New York Giants, Steve Tisch. And you know who he's related to? His cousin is Jessica Tisch, the New York City Police Department Commissioner. The Zionist, the woman who, you know, basically was against Zoran's leg campaign, and then he gets in and he decided to keep her. That was one of the agreements or something that he made. Remember her? The woman that told the police to go after there and bash the pro-Palestinian protesters' heads in? That's his cousin. Makes you wonder how much she knew. This person went on to give a little snide remark here. Wow, it sure would be convenient for pedo Steve Tisch if one of his family members was, and I'm just spitballing here, the commissioner of the world's largest police department, which happens to operate in the city he lives in. So you got big, powerful people with money, and then you have the protection of law enforcement as well because your family's a
Like,
part of
who
it.
is the law? Who is they protecting? Us or them?
Haven't
Like,
heard any word from Jessica, but
Like,
Steve
make it make
did
sense.
respond. Here's his statement. We had a brief association where we exchanged emails about adult women. Now everybody's an adult now. And in addition, we discussed movies, philanthropy, and investments. I did not take him up on any of his invitations and never went to his island. As we all know now, he was a terrible person and someone I deeply regret associating
Bro,
with.
what?
Nah, you knew back then.
Something,
You knew back then. Okay? Because by that time, he had already been accused.
Right.
There were already raids of the house that he had in Palm Beach. He would have already been accused prior to that year. So the whole like, oh, we didn't know. No, you knew.
Right. Everybody
So
knows.
it's
Just like
wild. And when you look at
everybody.
the comments, Monty said he just exchanged emails about trafficking women with a convicted sexual predator. No big deal, guy.
Yeah.
Giant fans, y'all have to realize ownership. John already knew this would happen. Keep in mind, there's a reason why he rejected Eli's offer and accepted Julia's. He knew beforehand that the emails would eventually leak. Steve says, oh, this is bad. This is bad. It goes all the way down. He's not the only one in professional sports. It turns out also, Jets owner Woody Johnson also mentioned in the Epstein files. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know, if
All
you
these
got
old
any
men.
favorites, if you have any idols, you need
They
to
want them
cast them
young
aside.
girls.
Disappointed with some of the things, some of the names that are mentioned, and I had to break this up into two parts because, like I said, more and more information continues to come out, and that goes for people who are into music, like me as well, because Jay-Z and Pusha T are also mentioned in this latest release. Let's go ahead and bring this one up here. Sean Carter and Pusha T have been named in the Epstein files, with Pusha T being identified as a handler of an Epstein victim. Let's go into this one here. Now, this was unclassified by the FBI. So this is the actual FBI report. This is 2019, the date for this year.
You want to change
And
it?
sorry guys, I know the text
Yes. Let
is
me
really
turn it
small,
down.
so bear with me. Blank called the FBI national threat. Operation Center to identify herself as a victim of sex abuse by Jeffrey Epstein and others. Let's go on to
Hi guys.
here.
Like the video, share,
As
subscribe.
a past victim of sex abuse by Epstein, Blank described the abuse occurred during parties. Blank further identified Blank as a friend of Blank. Now here we go here. In approximately 1994, it's hard to see, it's either 4 or 6. Resided with blank in blank. An unknown man abducted them from their home, whence she later awoke in the presence of Harvey Weinstein and Sean Carter, Jay-Z, while Weinstein had inserted his fingers into blank. Blank believed she was in Epstein's mansion in Florida. So remember, like I said, Epstein had multiple properties here. They estimated she was abducted on 7 occasions, awaiting his time in upper door setting. Then suffered from multiple of these occasions in which Epstein participated. They were called Leon Black and William Barr, current United States Attorney General, being present during some of these occasions of abuse. William Barr. See all the names coming out? In approximately 2006, blank last recalled being abused by Epstein. On, let's go to the next part here. This one's bigger than did this. So on each occasion, blank believed she was drugged, clouding her memory. Blank attributed the drugging as frequently performed by persons assigned as handlers, whom she described as persons who established relationships with the victims. Her handlers, blank identified the artist Pusha T. In approximately 2007, blank attended a party, blank, following invitations from an unknown man who approached her as she walked down the street. Weinstein and Pusha T also attended the party and drugged her before engaging in sexual abuse. Blank claimed to have additional information of other persons involved in the enterprise and information related to racketeering conducted in support of trafficking. Blank further believed she was under surveillance and stalked at the direction of the people involved in the sex abuse. Blank confirmed she was not diagnosed with any mental illness. Blank refused to provide her physical address, advising that she maintained no permanent address. Rather, she'd been moved between staying at different hotels. This is dated July 10th of 2019. Pusha T, Jay-Z, Weinstein, and William Barr. So like I said, any celebrities or that you have as heroes or idols, put that aside for a moment. Remember, you don't know these people. You don't know them. You may like their music, you may like their movies, but you don't know them. And some...
Tougher than a $3 steak. That's how some describe Cecil
Who am I speaking with, please?
Because when it comes to standing up for our conservative principles,
Can you text me your company name, please, and information? I'm working right now so that I can call you back. Yeah.
that's why he's endorsed by President Trump. Look, Cecil Bill Newton.
What's the name of your company?
Tax Act wants to remind you.
MP5? Yes, can you text me your company name? I don't know if you have talked. I've spoke with you before or something. And then yeah. Okay. Eh? Can you text me your company information? When I see the text, I will text you back. I'll be able to text you back. You're welcome.
And someone finally said it. I shared this earlier today because this needed to be said. Jay-Z's pattern with teen girls needs to be talked about. Look at who he was around when they were minors. Jay-Z dated Foxy Brown when she was 15 and allegedly took her virginity. He was 23. She accidentally spilled that they slept together on the Whitney Williams radio show. I remember this. 2. Jay-Z was linked to a video when she was 15 and 17 years old. He was 26 and 28. Rumors flew, photos existed, but it stayed quiet, saying heir R. Kelly married her at 15. And it was also alleged that Jay-Z was interested in Aaliyah before he was interested in Beyonce. And Aaliyah went on to die in a plane crash. Now, I'm not saying.
You're almost done. You're almost done.
Aaliyah was a brilliant artist. She had a phenomenal voice. And sometimes I often wonder how far would Beyonce have gotten if Aaliyah was still alive? It makes you wonder. Let's go on here. Jay-Z met Beyonce when she was 16, pursued her hard, and started dating her when she was 18, 19. He was 30. He even said in old interviews she would be mine while she was underage. Jay-Z signed Rihanna at 16, threw her in and wouldn't let her leave the office until 3 a.m. until she signed the contract. Now, that's also stated to have been some type of PR stunt, just FYI, to hype up the album. But
you know that she just food. She'll be hungry.
He told her it's only 2 ways out of the room, through the window, which multiple stories up, or the signed contract. The point is this. I mean, this wasn't private. This was very open and public.
Do you want to put it in the trash?
She was underage. Now, he said they started dating when she was 18.
I don't have baby.
That was underage. Let's go on. Rihanna, I gotta say something about the Rihanna situation. When Rihanna came to the United States to audition for Jay-Z.
What do you want?
Rihanna,
what do you want? You want to eat? You want to eat? Food is coming. Food is coming. Food is coming. Sorry. Food is coming. Okay? Food is coming.
They brought her back
Food
with
is
them.
coming.
She came here without her mother, and she was underage. And she's sent into this room to audition for a bunch of grown men. Now, I would say that I don't know what
Do you see that? That's TV.
This happens a lot in Hollywood
That's
and the
TV.
music industry, where parents just allow their underage kid to just go off and live with someone else and all this other stuff. Hell to the no, that would never happen.
Good job. You did that.
I never understood that. You don't know these people. And Rihanna was still a child. So that was always weird to me too. Think about how fast Rihanna had to grow up. No parent, 16. It makes you wonder about what could have happened with Rihanna. And then here's Jay-Z with Aaliyah here. So these things need to be said.
She did.
And we have this is something we have to acknowledge as well in the black community.
Look at the way she's looking at the TV, like she understands everything I'm saying.
Just because it's someone that is black like us, that doesn't mean that what they're doing isn't wrong.
Right.
So I push back on all of that. I don't care what color you are. This was wrong. Now Kanye, a while back, kind of tried
She
to
give like, pull me back.
And fucking Pusha T.
Some clothes on you there. Ooh, I had to get back when you
Do you want to stay with me?
You know what I'm saying? But we forget that because we
You
love
stay with
Jay-Z's
me?
music so much. We love Pusha
Yes.
T so much.
You stay with me?
But you think they would ever, we don't share the best for somebody else?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You think they would ever tell the truth? No,
Yeah.
they told the truth back then, they go to jail. You know what I'm saying? So you have liars.
Yeah.
Liars are now the face of our culture.
Lions.
Well,
Change the bikini, girl.
Kanye tried to warn people, right? And that's one of the reasons why
I don't want you to pull the clothes on.
after him.
Oh, you want to change it again?
To Masha.
It's a little down, yep.
Oh.
In 2017, an individual named Masha Drakova told Epstein that he should only work with DNA-tested Jewish individuals, claiming that greater Jewish ancestry correlates with higher intelligence.
You need to.
The same
That's what I want.
email contains a statement asserting that Epstein was 98% Jewish. Listen to this.
Yeah, because the webs
I found
we
criteria
kind of be caught a little bit.
to find smart people. The more Jew you are, the smarter you are. You said you're 98%, you're very smart. My ex-boss is 78%. He's super smart, less smart than you are. I have a close friend, business partner who's 99.3%. He's crazy smart. We take all Jewish
Yeah.
sources that can be done through relatives.
When you get home,
Ask them to do 23andMe tests. Do a bin for everyone who's 98% Jewish. Also, all
Yeah.
of them are not religious.
Should be
You
he's
think
small.
it makes sense, right? That's from Masha Drakova. This is absolutely insane. More pushing of supremacy. And I want to show you something else about her.
Is it not so tight?
Full name.
No, it's tight. The way you pop.
Maria
Stomach.
Oh.
Once a high-profile face of Nashi, Putin's pro-Kremlin youth movement in the 2000s. Later, she pivoted to the U.S. and distanced herself from her past, producing a critical documentary on Putin and rebranded as Silicon Valley Girl Boss.
You ready for
That's
tea?
this girl, this woman right here.
You ready?
Masha Drakova.
Right?
You see how they tell you who your heroes are going to be? One of the girl boss people. So it just, I'm telling you guys, like it's wild. There's more. Please hold tight. I'm sorry. It's a lot of information. We got to get to George Bush.
These people are so smart.
You Epstein George Bush I, Sr. allegedly assaulted a male victim who was a child and witnessed a type of ritualistic sacrifice. So let's get into this. Start at the bottom here. So this is the email. I'm talking out the names on this one. Interview perpetrated Epstein victim. I'd like to add a few other points disclosed by the perpetrated victim. While on this yacht, he witnessed African American males having sex with white blonde females. All of them were.
You want me to hold on so that you can make a food?
Were bleeding during the act. He was a victim of a type of ritualistic sacrifice in which his feet were cut with a scimitar, but left no scarring. On the yacht, he witnessed babies being dismembered, their intestines removed, and individuals eating the feces of these intestines. He was also assaulted by George Bush I, allegedly. I hope
Give so
you
much
have
attention to the
a lot of this information is disgusting. And so I apologize for that. But this goes back to some of these rumors that we had heard years ago about these ritual sacrifices that involve children. When people came forward with that information, they were called nuts and conspiracists. This is a male. Victim disclosed he was escorted to the FBI building by Michael Moore, who is the creator of True Pundit, described by multiple online sources as a conspiracy-driven news website that attempts to paint the FBI in a bad light. You don't have to have conspiracy to do that. The FBI does that on its own.
Right.
Moore has a criminal record as a result of an FBI investigation. Let me know if you want to.
So the FBI will work for nobody and no one.
Who's the
FBI.
Like they work for the people that they're talking about, basically.
So
like Joe Epstein.
Yes, so how does this information still come out?
Right, exactly.
So maybe they are opponents.
Because they've been knew about it, they just haven't did anything
Yes,
because it hasn't came out in public. Everybody does. But now that everybody knows, they're gonna try to do something about it. But it's like I should have did something.
So this information has been out since 20.
I wasn't aware of anything. I mean about the murders, yes. If they had humans. They eat, she said they eat humans.
That's
like human flesh.
She said they were eating humans, they smelled like human flesh. No one knows what happened to Gabriella apparently until this day. So
Who's
that's
that?
one that I
Is she speaking Spanish?
Another one that I want to show you here is the Mossad situation, which also names
I can hold her every day.
Alan Dershowitz.
Maybe I'm gonna work at daycare center.
We'll bring all the shit this one here. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen so you can see. Jeffrey Epstein was represented by Dershowitz, CHS.
So babies.
Remember Dershowitz tell Alex Acosta, U.S. Attorney of Southern District of Florida at the time, that Epstein belonged to both U.S. and Allied.
Honestly, I want to. I want a baby girl.
Yeah.
But my husband.
CHS shared phone calls between Dershowitz and Epstein.
My only fear is my pregnancy. When I'm pregnant, I'm always having issues. So.
Epstein was close to the former Prime Minister of Israel, Barak, we talked about before, and trained as a spy under him. Barak believed Netanyahu was a criminal. Saudi Arabia, Israel, and UAE were allied against Turkey, Iran, and Syria. One of CHS's blank, presumably blank, worked for blank. Asked CHS a lot of questions about Epstein. CHS became convinced that Epstein was a co-opted Mossad agent. So this is important for people to see because when we go back, we'll go to the Kim Iverson one in just a second. Let's go to this one because this also includes the co-opted
That's
here.
not good for your eyes, baby.
And then we'll get back to the Alan Dershowitz. I want to make the connection.
Look outside.
Holy guacamole, this is a bombshell.
Look at
It
the
just came
cars.
out today in the freshly released Epstein files from the DOJ, which has since been deleted according to confidential informant. Trump has been compromised.
The lighting outside
is the
she's
real
doing like
brains
this.
behind this organization and this presidency.
The lighting.
So what it goes on to say here.
Oh, that's too much for you.
It's tiny, but I agree. CHS believed Dershowitz was co-opted by Mossad and subscribed to their mission.
Yeah, pretty girl.
Alan Dershowitz.
Yeah, you a pretty girl. Yeah.
That's important. When we get back to that Kim Iverson, which I'm going to show you in just a second, but let me read it from here because it is so tiny. If isn't the confirmation I told you in the century, then I truly don't know what it is. It goes on to say here about Kushner, mind you, this is 2020, and you can see what his second presidency has turned into. MAGA, being the order of the day, it makes perfect sense. It confirms that Trump is really just a puppet, not running anything. He's taken orders and direction from people like Jared Kushner on many things, especially foreign policy-wise. This is what many already knew to be true, but to see it in the files is shocking, as is Kushner's confirmed direct involvement. So, yeah, again, they really do call out Alan Dershowitz here. Like I said, this part's really small. CHS advised.
Being a pro doesn't start under the lights. It starts in the kitchen, where factory chefs dial and balance the way coaches fine-tune plays. Because what you put in is what you get out. Factor, eat like a pro.
Texas is going to be a better state with Kelly Hancock as your comptroller. You don't understand unless you have to work with the comptroller all the time how important the position is for the state, for the budget. We need a proven conservative leader, and the right person for that job is Kelly Hancock.
Not all F words are bad. Some are great, like fast, free, fiber. Switch to Optimum fiber-powered internet for as low as $25 a month. Plus, get 3 months free with a 5-year price lock. Click now. This fast, free fiber offer won't last.
Right here. Trump has been compromised by Israel and Kushner. Again, this is Federal Bureau of Investigation, CHS reporting document. They knew all of this stuff. They've been new. Donald Trump ran on America First because he knows that that's a winning message, but at the end of the day, he's been a part of Israel. Now, let's go back to when Kim Iverson interviewed Alan Dershowitz And I want to remind you what he said about the Mossad allegation.
Well, many of us suspect that Jeffrey Epstein was an asset to Mossad, and that Ghislaine Maxwell was in fact an agent of Mossad. There's a lot of evidence that point to this direction, and that they were operating a blackmail operation in order to get very powerful people, including people like yourself, in precarious positions to where you could potentially work on behalf of the state of Israel or protect the state of Israel.
I've been working on the state of Israel. I've been working for the state of Israel since before you were born. Jeffrey Epstein once visited me in Israel.
Since you people are born, or what
He
is his
didn't know
name?
anybody in Israel.
That's rude.
He didn't work for the Mossad. The Mossad wouldn't hire him. And I hope he had videotapes of everybody, because they would show I never did anything improper. I have one other question. Are you used to having people come on your show to talk about one subject and then sandbagging them on another subject without any warning? Because it's nice to know you do that, and it will make certain that I have nothing to hide. I'm happy to talk about any of this, but I'm used to more ethical journalism.
Oh,
we actually
what did he say? He throwing blows at her. He's saying she just being messy.
No, they never notified me
Wow.
about that.
But he told her to get her facts straight. Cause you know what I'm saying?
Another lie. Guys, it's in the files.
These
in the
people are
FBI
old.
files.
What are they still doing in life?
And
God forgive me.
that Alan Dershowitz reached out to
They
me
try doing their
months ago.
children who they want to be their great grandchildren.
He's not coming on this show. I did not respond to that email. I still have it, but I didn't respond to it because I see him for what he really is. So somebody clip that. Somebody clip that so that you'll know. Because if anything ever were to happen to me, you'll know that he sent me that request to come onto the show. There's more here. I'm trying to get through all of it, guys.
What just get related to his brain is
Somaliland.
dangerous.
Remember Somaliland? We were just talking about that not too shortly, right?
Wallahi,
Somaliland
this
is
so good.
also in the Epstein files. So get this. Whoa. Jeffrey Epstein was planning to open Somaliwood Studios in Somaliland with Sesame Street type of shows geared towards children. How many children was Somaliland going to violate for recognition? Let's bring this up here. This is to Stephen and Jeffrey Epstein. It blocks who it's from. We should talk to the boys in LA about
Why
this.
did they block the
What if we
video?
put together a small
So
group
they
that
protecting people?
professionalize the African film industry? There is currently a small movement called Nollywood in Nigeria, and the big bosses there is a YGL. She was telling me how hard it was since no one knew how to do film. But we could build a small
I think
studio
young girl.
in Somaliland and call it Somaliwood Studios. Imagine the cool filming, beaches, desert, etc. We could invite Muslim and all sorts of groups to film there. We would make it part of the mission to not allow anything immoral to be filmed there. Could do like Sesame Street type stuff, children's programming, etc. for African
Who are
kids.
these men so heartless?
They have serious tech ability there. Could put together a CGI facility that would rival any. I'm copying Jeffrey since he might also think this would be fun. Movies are like products.
Women are like products, children.
And Israel has just compromised Somaliland. They wanted to do a children's show, children type shows in Somaliland. And I wonder what would have happened to those children. Z Squirrel has been on it from day one. Z Squirrel posted this as well on Friday. It's not just Trump. The entire orbit is filled with Epstein, Mossad, pedo rapists. Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Bill Ackman, Tom Barack, Larry Ellison, who he's given TikTok to, meaning giving it directly to the Mossad. The Mossad installed a Zionist pedo rapist as president of the United States, who they control via his donors and the tapes in the Tel Aviv vault of him assaulting 11-year-old girls in Epstein's mansions. And they put pictures here. Elon with Jelaine, Bill Gates, Epstein, Elon. There's that Yahoo up there with Elon. We go on here, and you can see, again, it's all connected. Peter Thiel's over here, Trump and Epstein, Bill Ackman right here. Look, there's Ben Shapiro, right? Ben Shapiro. And then, of course, Trump holding out Benjamin Netanyahu's seat. And, you know, let's not forget, maybe I should bring this up. Let's see if I can bring it up. Let's not forget how Ben Shapiro ran defense for Jeffrey Epstein. In fact, I think I have that here. Give me just a second. I do have it here. Let's go ahead and bring this up. Never forget Ben Shapiro ran cover for Epstein. So let's go here.
But they are child pornography. The reason the FBI is not releasing them is because those tapes, the thousands of hours of tape, there are, by the way, but they are child pornography. The reason the FBI is not releasing them is because those tapes do not include underage people with third parties on Epstein Island. That is not what the tapes are. I also have sources in the federal government who are covering this stuff and have seen the documents. Okay, those tapes are just child porn. That's all. That's what they are. That's why the FBI is not releasing them. Okay, as far as the Epstein list, what I have been told by my sources is that there is no Epstein list. That basically there's a black book of Jeffrey Epstein contacts. And the vast majority of those contacts are already out there publicly. That's why you know names like Prince Andrew or Alan Dershowitz or some of the names that have been mentioned here. Those contacts, there's no evidence, according to the DOJ and the FBI, again, that's public. There's no evidence that any of those third parties were having girls trafficked to them.
It's because it's part of them.
There is Tucker.
It's different.
It was actually Mossad. Again, without evidence, not a shock. Of course, this is where Tucker was going. This has become the hot speculation on the internet, is without evidence. You say that Mossad was running Jeffrey Epstein. When I say without evidence, I mean without evidence. Naftali Bennett, the former Israeli prime minister, said, quote, "As a former Israeli prime minister, with the Mossad having reported directly to me, I say to you with 100% certainty, the accusation that Jeffrey Epstein somehow worked for Israel or the Mossad running a blackmail ring is categorically and totally false. This accusation is a lie being peddled by prominent online personalities such as Tucker Carlson, pretending they know things they don't."
So,
and in fact, I followed up with the former Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, and what he told me is that Mossad has not been active in the United States or against the United States, since the Jonathan Pollard scandal of 1987.
Right. And we should believe Naftali Bennett because what? We should believe him because why? Right? So let's not forget the way that Ben Shapiro ran cover for Jeffrey Epstein. Don't forget that. The files are there. You can check them out as well for yourself. I feel like I'm a little detective reading through all those files because I was just like, oh my God, it's a lot of information. I don't know if there's going to be a part 3 to this, but more information continues to come out. So if more things are revealed, I will do another one. But it just doesn't look good, guys. So I'm going to say it again. All your heroes and your idols or whatever it is that you have, you need to just put that aside because we don't know who else is going to be named. And by the way, I just saw that the Gray Zone, we need to cover this, I guess, later too. The Gray Zone just dropped an article that reveals that NBA basketball star, beloved basketball star, Steph Curry is tied to Zionist intelligence. It's all coming out, ladies and gentlemen. The U.S. has been co-opted, and we got to break away from that. Hey guys, this was a savvy clip. If you like what you saw, hit that like button and subscribe.
Need better sleep? We can help. It's Mattress Firm's President's Day sale. Save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 instant gift. Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy.
You may have challenges that look bigger, stronger. In the natural, you don't have a chance. Don't be intimidated. The force.
Epstein.
Oh, it has even been going on for 1 month before somebody released the video evidence. That man is like, you know what, if I die, if you guys came, I'm not gonna die alone. All of us are going to be alone.
This is part 4 of the Epstein files. I want to start with this video because what Melinda Gates said here should give everyone pause. If she was able to get this feeling the very first time, and apparently last time, that she met Jeffrey Epstein, it makes you wonder, why didn't anyone else get that same feeling? Let's get into it here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a couple years ago. Listen to what Melinda Gates said.
You know, it was also widely reported that Bill had a friendship or a business or some kind of contact with Jeffrey Epstein, and that you were not. That was very upsetting to you. Did that play a role in the divorce at all in this process?
Yeah, as I said, it's not one thing, it was many things that I did not like, that he'd had meetings with Jeffrey Epstein, no.
Mm-hmm. And you made that clear to him?
I made that clear to him. I also met Jeffrey Epstein exactly one time.
Did you?
Yes, because I wanted to see who this man was. And I regretted it from the second I stepped in the door. He was abhorrent. He was evil personified. I had nightmares about it afterwards. So, you know, my heart breaks for these young women because that's how I felt. And here I'm an older woman. My God, I feel
Women
terrible.
come out and say this is the kind of person my husband is.
The moment you walked in,
I better believe you.
Were you sure that was Bill and he still continued to spend time with him?
Any of the questions remaining about what Bill's relationship there was, those are for Bill to answer.
Okay.
So
she's trying to avoid
if
those.
Melinda Gates said that when she first met Jeffrey Epstein, she thought that he was evil personified, that is a strong statement. And if she got that feeling, if she felt that way, why did anybody else get that feeling?
Because we women have we have intuition.
We talk about evil
how do they normally say?
Right. And I want to take you to something that was said a long time ago. And that was from someone who was in Hollywood, who warned people what was going on long ago. And that is Corey Feldman. Now, Corey Feldman, you know, is interesting. He made this connection in Hollywood. He never made that connection all the way back to Israel, which is really interesting to me. From what I understand, he's pro-Israel, so he started to make the connection, but he didn't make it fully. But he tried to tell people, listen to what Corey Feldman said. Even as he got older, he stood by what he said they were doing to these children. Listen.
You believe that children are being abused by pedophiles in Hollywood.
Absolutely.
So why are you sitting down talking to me? Why aren't you sitting down with the police right now?
I've told the police. In fact, if anybody wants to go back to 1993 when I was interviewed by the Santa Barbara Police Department, I sat there and I gave them the names. They're on record. They have all of this information, but they were scanning Michael Jackson. All they cared about was trying to find something on Michael Jackson.
You said, by the way, did not abuse you.
Well, Michael was innocent.
You said you've had death threats.
Yes.
Because you have this information.
Yes.
And threatened to expose it. Another reason, I think, to go to police, that's a crime to threaten someone's life.
I've gone to the police with that as well.
And what would be wrong with going to the police now again Didn't work out in San
There's a
Francisco.
statute of limitations, Matt, in the state of California, which protects people. It's not that way in New York. It's that way only where the movie industry is, conveniently enough, in California. That's the seriousness of this. You cannot, because if I were to go to the police, I would be the one who's getting sued.
Corey Feldman talked about this a long time ago. He was pretty much blackballed for coming forward about it. He had a friend who was also named Corey. They were known as the two Corys, Corey Feldman and Corey Haim. Corey Haim, unfortunately, passed away a couple of years ago. Corey Haim, he turned to drugs to deal with the abuse. Both of them said that they were sexually abused in Hollywood when they were kids.
Wow.
So people have been saying this for years. I show you this to let you know this did not start with Jeffrey Epstein. Yes, Jeffrey Epstein is probably one of the more popular people that you know about it, but it didn't start from him. But Epstein's niece, she says something here about how a lot of this was not just diabolical, but also satanic. Listen to this.
The cult of Baal, B-A-L. My family masqueraded themselves as Jewish publicly, but behind closed doors, you know, at Passover dinners, when I was drugged, would admit, we are Satanists.
Ooh.
They told me that we belonged to the cult of Baal, B-A'-A-L. They told me this with consistency while I was being abused. Now, what you can look up about the cult of Baal, information that is publicly available, is that it is thousands of years old. It is a Phoenician satanic fertility cult. And publicly, it's supposed to have been eradicated. But to my knowledge, in my experience, it is not.
Yeah. But see, when people talk about these things, you're called a nut job, you're called crazy, and all these types of things.
Okay, I should go.
Yes, she just.
So we're not just talking about people who were trafficking underage people. We're talking about an entire, you know what I mean? This is an entire network of things. So that's a satanic cult. And yes, satanic cults have rituals that they perform. And I look back sometimes and I think if people would have listened to Corey Feldman, if they were listening to some of the people who did come forward at that point in time, a lot of the abuse could have been prevented. But the way that I kind of see it, a lot of those people were complicit. They were a part of the problem. You can't tell me some of those producers and directors and studio owners didn't know these things were going on. There was also a CIA whistleblower who also came forward. His name was Robin Steele. He is long gone with us now. He also talked about these trafficking issues long time ago. Listen to this.
This is bred by families as a cash crop. We have people in the United States of America that breed children in order to sell them. And when they are sold, they come without birth certificates, which means it's easier to kill them and have no one ask where they are. We're also importing children by the plane load. Again, children who have no documentation. It's not just child slavery or child sex abuse. It's also child torture. Because you have adrenalized blood, you have the whole blood drinking ceremony of the satanic world. It's also the use of children for harvesting body organs. And then you have ritual ceremonies and ritual murder, as well as incidental murder. Most organizations
in this same America, we are
used to prey on children. Oxfam was a recent example. All of the United Nations organizations, the Boy Scouts of America, all of the child services agencies across the United States of America, they did not start out as organizations to prey on children, but they attract and ultimately end up rising in the ranks and controlling those organizations, so that an organization that initially started out in the service of children becomes an organization that is in fact hunting children.
Wow.
And exploiting children. Why do you think there's all these abuse cases that came from Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts? I think now it's just Scouts. Why do you think you hear about the abuse cases that come from those organizations? Someone at some point should look into foster families, the whole foster care system.
Right.
There's a lot of abuse issues that come from that. And it's interesting when he mentioned the whole ritual part, he talked about drinking like the blood and stuff like that. You know who said publicly that they do the drinking of the blood? Actress Megan Fox.
Oh yeah, she did.
Actress Megan Fox is on video, on interviews talking about this, where her and I guess this is when she's with Machine Gun Kelly or whatever, they do this ritual where they do drink each other's blood or whatever. It is weird. And she was always kind of cuckoo anyway. But I mean, this.
And then she said that's in public, like that's normal thing to do.
People talk about it.
Well, I guess so, but a lot of people didn't believe her, you know, because they said she was crazy and all that stuff.
This guy died.
Huh.
He was looking into a lot of this stuff. He focused on trafficking of children and abuses and all those types of things. To show you how bad these files have been, since I said this is now part 4 for the Epstein files, they're already removing information. I guess it's a good thing we made those videos.
Wow.
Right now, as you'll see, over 460 Epstein files on Trump are removed. Yes, that one too. On January 30th, and this guy's been on it, on January 30th, there were 5,361 files when you search for Trump. Today, February 2nd, 4,896 files remain. The infamous file on Trump that is in the video below has been removed. I'm going to show you guys. Remember this file here?
So he's using power now.
The first Epstein file video I covered this past week. It was all highlighted yellow. That was all. A lot of that was about Donald Trump. Okay, watch this. Wait for it. Now he takes that file number. You put it in there.
I believe some people will still have it.
It's gone. So that big document, that big drop there of Donald Trump is now gone from the DOJ's files.
Well, yeah, he president.
So again, coverage.
Y'all should have screenshotted it, do what y'all need to do.
But they're gonna bring it back when he leaves the presidency, right?
I don't know, because anybody,
because it shouldn't be above the law, though, right? Nobody is above the law.
Well, unfortunately, that's not how it works. Like, people got money, and money can, like,
advisor and founder of the adoption agency Kids to Families. So you can see it here. Because sometimes these redactions are not perfect, you guys, and if you look close enough, you can still see the name. And it's sent to Jeffrey Epstein. This was 2014. No one will lie to you and get away with it from me. No one. Whoops is correct. And that is in response to the whoops here from Jeffrey Epstein, and that's in response to this message here. I give you permission to kill him.
Oh.
He's apparently with Olga. He lied to you and he lied to me. So we have someone who is the founder of an adoption agency, Kids to Families, who's on an email giving Jeffrey Epstein permission to off someone.
Wow. These people are crazy. And they come to the public and
People need
act
to
like
look
it's
into these
things.
adoption agencies too. To see what's really going on. But people think you're crazy when you talk about this. We have
We
argued
almost
before
done.
the
You
show
tried.
whether or not Jeffrey Epstein is even still alive. I mean, none of us believe that he offed himself. And now there's information that apparently says Jeffrey Epstein left his cell the night before. Also in the Epstein files. Shout out to Heather C. Epstein files. This is huge. The individuals who anonymously posted on 4chan the morning of Epstein's death, August 10, 2019, claiming he witnessed weird happenings at the prison before Epstein's death had been identified in the Epstein files. When Jollof, an officer at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York, has been identified as an anonymous prison employee who posted on 4chan claiming Epstein left his cell Friday evening shackled in a medical wheelchair, while at the same time an unauthorized trip van arrived at the prison, which he believes took Epstein away the night before the news broke of his death. Thank you, Louisiana. Grijalva, thank you. I need somebody to help me there. The day after Epstein's death, U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Berman of the SDNY opened a grand jury proceeding and subpoenaed 4chan, Apple, AT&T, and Citibank for their records, aiming to uncover Grijalva's identity following the anonymous 4chan post. His name is not redacted on his bank records included in the SDNY subpoena response from Citibank for his 4chan post, and ties to the same prison officer, Roberto Grijalva, whose statements were released as part of the prison investigation into Epstein's death. This is huge. We now have validation. The 4chan post from August 10th, 2019 is a legitimate eyewitness account from an MCC prison officer that Epstein may have been switched out before the news broke of his alleged untimely offering. Here's images here. Highlighted here. You guys, I'm shaking right now, but I think they switched him out. The trip van did not sign in, and we did not record the plate number, and a guy in a green dress military outfit was in the back of the van, according to the tower guy who let him through the gate. You didn't hear about corporate media talk about this. Again, see the information that's coming out now?
So they switched
There's a
him out, so
comment
he's
here,
not really
not
dead.
saying anything after this.
Oh,
Please do
so he's
try
not
to
dead?
doubt me, but last
No.
night after 4:15 count, they took him medical in a wheelchair.
So that man is in somewhere right now?
Probably on one of his
One
islands, I'm
triage
sure.
nurse says they spoke to him.
Wow.
Next thing we
Yeah,
knew,
they switched
a
him
trip
out.
van shows up.
Then who has access to all this information?
They put it out.
I mean,
The
people have
FBI
said this
put it out
before, and they
there.
said, how do you even know that Jeffrey Epstein is dead? I mean, we really don't know.
Right. His right. When I looked on there, it said suicide.
Honestly, we really don't.
So this may affect his death.
But that's interesting, isn't it?
Right. That is very
Jeffrey
interesting.
Epstein, another thing that was revealed here, him and Jelaine were dirty, nasty, sick people. Epstein and Maxwell buried 2 foreign kids who were strangled to death during rough sex. Actually, keep it like this because it's larger this way. This is from Edie, Oregon. Let's go down here. Subject, Jeffrey Epstein. Edward, this is sensitive, so it will be the first and last email depending on your discretion. You can choose to take it or trash it, but this comes from a person that has been there and seen it all as a former staff at the Zorro. So remember, Jeffrey Epstein had multiple properties. One of those was also that Zorro Ranch. So this is taking us back to the Zorro Ranch. It goes on to say here, the material below was taken from Jeffrey Epstein's home as my insurance in case of future litigation against Epstein. Sorry, no questions. What is damning about Jeffrey Epstein is yet to be written. Did you know somewhere in the hills outside the Zorro, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of Jeffrey and Madam G, Jelaine? Both died by strangulation during fetish sex.
Can I take
And
a picture?
apparently they shared video footage because they said here are the video
Bye
footage of
guys.
Jeffrey
Thank you.
Epstein.
Thank you